It's 85 degrees and sunny skies here from Shirley Povich Field in Bethesda, Maryland, where we are just about moments away from opening day between the Bethesda Big Train and the DC Grays. The Big Train are looking for their third consecutive Cal Ripken Collegiate League title, and they will begin that quest today. My name is Quincy Bell. Alongside me is Jackson Corcoran. We will have all the action for you today and all season long. Jackson, almost a sold-out crowd today. Standing room only. Should be a fun one.
Oh, absolutely. I am so excited to be here with you folks. So excited to be here with you, Quincy. Chamber of Commerce Day for baseball if you knocked off about 10 degrees, but fans are out. It's a raucous atmosphere here at Shirley Povich Field. Great day for baseball.
Should be a fun one today. The Big Train, 21-15, the regular season record last year. They won their last 9 regular season games and won 5 straight in the playoffs. So they were coming in with a losing record and then won 13 games in a row to end the year to win the Cal Ripken Collegiate League. Head coach Sal Colangelo says he wants his team to start off June a little bit more hot.
Yeah, ended last season fantastic, including today's starter, Jake Titus. He had a great start in that championship game, looked to carry that over, but all these players coming straight off their collegiate seasons, a lot of wear and tear on these bodies, so being able to get things started quickly, absolutely crucial for this ball club.
Jake Titus will be today's starter. He's currently a junior at Kansas City Community College. He played for the Big Train last year. Not a lot of familiar faces on this team from last year. I think there's about 4 or 5 that were on the team last year, but Coach Sal, he knows how to recruit and get some pretty talented players to Bethesda.
Oh, absolutely. There are some dudes on this team, Power 5 quality baseball players who put up numbers at really good programs. I mean, there's always talent in Bethesda at this time of year.
We have 3 ceremonial first pitches today, the last of which, coming up in a moment, be former national starter and 2-time All-Star Gio Gonzalez. He's brought the whole family out to Shirley Povich Field for tonight's game. Dare I say Nationals legend? I mean, 3rd in Cy Young voting in 2012. Pretty strong player back in the day. I
mean, he was one of the premier southpaws in the league for a fair few years. Pretty cool to see him throwing out the first pitch here today.
So when he throws out the first pitch, I hope he goes from the rubber and fires one in there.
I hope so, too. Like, you remember the Ichiro Suzuki video where he rears back and throws 85 off the mound on the first pitch? I want to see that.
I don't want to see a 50 Cent level first pitch.
I do not.
For those that are – I'm sure there are some people listening that know what I'm talking about. But here is Gio, accompanied by both of his sons, and we'll see what he's got.
Says they're superstars in the making. We'll see if the 2 kids are going to toss out a pitch too, maybe.
I don't know if just the kids are going to be throwing or if Gio's also going to take his own throw. You know, you said potential stars in the making. When you have a dad, 2-time All-Star, you're definitely going to be set ahead more than a lot of kids your age.
That tends to help things out. I mean, there's a bit of sizzle on the steak of both of those pitches there.
Yeah. So Gio opting not to throw one himself. That arm is, I think seen enough. I think he can get away with letting the kids go out and throw.
Oh, a lot of bullets used. Those arms are a bit more fresh out of the pen.
Yeah. Definitely. Like we said earlier, a sold-out crowd on hand all up and down the first and third base line. There's kids doing activities all around. There's a bounce house, cornhole set. It's a lot of fun here at Shirley Povich Field. We encourage you to get out to a game if you can. It's a lot of fun. One change from the Cal Ripken Collegiate League this year. The regular season was 36 games last year. It will be 40 games this year, which is, I think, a nice round number. Not messing around with 36 seems like an odd number. They decided to just round up to 40.
Yeah, I'm all for I like being able to look at some with a 0 at the end. Just it settles nicer on the eye.
I believe we're going to have national anthems coming up next. We're going to take a quick break and have that next. You're watching the Bethesda Big Train Baseball Network.
To help upgrade the irrigation system here. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Delegate Mark Foreman.
Thanks, Senator Coleman. Thank you, Bruce. Our state senator, Sarah Law, who represents Bethesda Creek here tonight. We have Delegate Teresa Woman and Delegate Sarah Law. And I'm Mark Foreman, and we're really happy to represent Bethesda, even though we don't get to represent the actual ball product.
Whereas you also please recognize the public judge and so further American posting six words in the American flag. Each year, posting 6 donates the flag of eyes at the field. Now please remove your hats for our national anthem performed tonight by Woodacres Elementary School Boys.
Big shout out to Woodacres Elementary School for singing the national anthem. That was about 50 fourth graders who did a beautiful job, I thought, Jackson.
Yeah, and then almost as impressive is the job getting them on and off the field. That's really, really quality wrangling.
Those kids had some hustle.
Yeah.
Those kids had some serious hustle. First pitch is coming up next. It's time to give you tonight's starting lineups for the Bethesda Big Train and the visitors. The DC Grays first for the visitors. It'll be Noel Rivera, who will lead off and play shortstop, followed by Carter Jenkins, who will play third. Andy Rivera will play left field. Ethan Nagy will clean up and play first base. Ryan Sung will play second and hit fifth, followed by TJ Adenozio, and Isaac Hakovi will play catcher. And then Eli Owens, Joey Chitla, and Brady Myers will be on the mound today. And for the Big Train, they will put Jake Titus out to the mound, the junior from Kansas City Community College. The lineup for the home squad will be Brennan Wright, followed by Parker Corbin, John Martinez, Josh Skoronsky, Emilio Gonzalez, Brett Ott, Matthew Wesley, Jacob Hawk, and Logan Ponent. Hopefully a very potent Big Train lineup this season.
Yeah, I mean, years past, that has been the hallmark of this Big Train team, has been offense, and more offense. They have put up numbers on teams. I mean, you look at guys, Hunter Renfro, Alec Burleson, Ty France have all played in this team. You know, there's hitters in Bethesda year after year.
Brian Dozier, way back in the day.
Absolutely.
40 home run hitter, Brian Dozier. Fastball, slider, and changeup is the repertoire for Titus. He pitched for the Big Train last year, 10 2/3 innings, a 1-0 record, 12 strikeouts to 11 walks, a 1.7 whip. For the sophomore at the time, now a junior. Started off his career at the University of Kentucky, but only pitched 2 2/3 innings in his freshman campaign. 6'5", 210 pounds, very intimidating presence on the mound.
And he's got strikeout stuff. He fanned 11 batters over 4 2/3 innings back in February when facing Jefferson College, who's based near St. Louis.
Noel Rivera will lead it off for the DC Grays. There was one game yesterday in the Cal Ripken League. It was the Southern Maryland Senators taking on the Metro Soco Braves. But every single team, all 8, will be in action today. Rivera is into the box. Titus set on the mound. Umpire making sure the music was turned off. Now we got to call time a little bit. And whoever's on music in the press box getting a little bit of a reprimand. Titus is set again. He's into the windup, and we're underway from Bethesda, Maryland. First pitch is down and inside to the leadoff hitter, Rivera. Second pitch from Titus, fastball misses low. Rivera currently a freshman at Marist College. That's up in the Northeast. He's a native of Brooklyn, New York. That pitch runs inside and hits him in the ribs. So not a great start for Titus. Misses with 2 fastballs and then hits the leadoff man.
An auspicious start for Titus, who struggled with command at times last year with Bethesda. Again, had that potent stuff, but still sometimes got behind in counts.
Yeah, the key, especially I think for college pitchers, is you really have to get ahead in counts more often than not, because every single guy can hit. It's key that you don't fall behind hitters and walk too many people. Carter Jenkins, the 2-hitter, is into the box. An aggressive lead at first for Rivera. This ball swung on and grounded through the right side for a base hit. Rivera's on his horse. He's headed for third. That's where the throw will go, but it's offline. Staying at first is Jenkins with his single.
Strong throw from Skaronski, just a bit up the third base line.
Yeah, he's got a lot of power in that arm. That throw may have gotten there in time, just a little bit offline. And so Andy Rivera, the 3-hitter for the Grays, will step in with runners on the corners and a big chance to put some runs across and quiet this big train crowd early. First pitch from Titus is a slider that catches the upper half of the zone for a strike.
That's a really nice first pitch there from Titus. Spinning it in, you could tell Rivera was not looking for that.
Fastball misses high. Count is 1-1. And this is where you mentioned that potent strikeout stuff. This is where you really would like to see a strikeout with the runner on third and nobody out.
Yeah, strikeout, pop up, ground ball back to him. Need to keep that runner put.
1-1. Swung on and missed. Rivera a little too late on the fastball, and the count is 1-2.
And Rivera looking a bit uncomfortable this at bat. The junior from Holy Family has been put behind the 8 ball by Titus.
Titus looking for the first strikeout of his season. That ball almost gets away. Hawk had to reach way down to get that one, and off for second was Jenkins. He'll have a stolen base.
That's poor timing on the Yanks pitch there. Had no chance for Hawk to even offer a throw.
That's a perfect pitch to go on, yo. As a base stealer myself, you always got to like when the pitch is bad. Count now even at 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Rivera chases the high fastball.
Titus carved up Rivera in that at-bat. Some ugly swings and misses.
The slider that he has a lot of downward movement, and people like to talk about pitch tunneling a lot. For those that don't know, it's when you have two different pitches, they look the same out of the hand, and then one, like the fastball is going to stay up, the slider is going to break down.
Yeah,
and that's something that Titus excels at.
It looked like that fastball is really riding up too. A lot of spin.
The cleanup hitter, Ethan Nagy, steps up to the plate. He takes a slider high for ball 1.
He did get that strikeout, Quincy. Just need one more.
One more. You probably a little bit of pitching around this hitter with a base open and one out. Swinging a foul ball back into the net. The count is 1-1 on Ethan Nagy. But yeah, with second and third, you got a base open. I'd imagine there's not going to be anything served up too far down the middle of the plate, because a walk could set up a potential inning-ending double play. 1-1. Swinging a fly ball into right field. Skaronski has a beat on it near the line. He makes the catch. The runner's going to tag. The throw coming home will be a little offline. Ethan Nagy pushes across the first run for DC on a sac fly, and it's 1-0.
Well, now limiting is still a real positive for the big train coming out of this inning. If you can keep it to the Rivera run, you find yourself in a good spot. First two runners reach base. You're at first and third, nobody out. If you can get out of that situation with one run, you're feeling not too bad. This offense is going to score.
It'll be up to Ryan Soong to try to get that runner home from third. Jenkins did move up on the sac fly. Titus first pitch is a fastball. Catches the outer half for strike one. Soong currently a freshman at Washington University. Just finished up his freshman year. Takes another pitch on the outer half for a strike.
It's back-to-back dotted pitch, and I think on both of them, Soong might have been searching for the slider because he didn't even come close to offering.
We'll see if Titus comes back to the heat. I feel like on 2 strikes as a hitter, you got to be sitting fastball. He does come with the slider, and a lot of the big train thought that was strike 3. They started to take a few steps towards the dugout.
They say it's a bit high, but I really like that pitch. 0-2.
Count now 1-2. Titus delivers. Grounded over to third. Corbin is up with it. Throw across the diamond is in time. 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. The Grays lead at 1-0 after the top half of the first. Big train coming up next. Welcome back. 1-0 the lead in favor of the visitors, the DC Grays, after the top half of the first. But the big train will look to get that run back. Brennan Wright will lead it off. The just finished up his sophomore year at Meridian Community College. He led the Eagles in at-bats, hits, and average. He was by far their best player and their team captain. He recently entered the transfer portal and will be playing his junior year at Southern Alabama. 0-1 misses high.
Yeah, all this kid does is hit. He hits, and then hits some more, and that's why he's headed from junior college to the Division I level.
1-1. Wright takes inside. That pitch almost hit his elbow. The NCAA recently changed one of their rules. If you go to a junior college, those years that you play there will now not count against your eligibility. 2-1, swung and grounded to second. Soong is up with it and will make the throw to first. But hopefully that will encourage more players to pursue a JUCO route, because there's a lot to be had and a lot to be learned from going to a JUCO.
Oh, there really is. I mean, you look at the JUCO players on this team, they're playing a lot of ball. Titus is one of them, Wright's one of them. They're playing a lot of ball, they're getting opportunities, and then they're moving on up in the end.
Parker Corbin will be the second hitter up for the big train. He ended the last inning with a strong throw to first from third base. He is going to be entering his sophomore year at the University of Maryland. He swings and drives one deep into the left center field gap, giving chase, and not able to make the catch is Adenizio jogging into second, and oh, he did catch it. Wow.
That's a heck of a play.
That's a heck of a play. I thought he was rounded with his head down to get to second. That's a really impressive play by Adenizio. Wow.
Yeah, it looked like he was slowing up at the end and then still was able to lay out and make the snag.
So 2 quick outs, and John Martinez will dig in for the big train. Full extension, man. That was a terrific diving play. I feel a little bad I didn't do him enough justice with the call there. 1-0. Fastball taken for a strike.
Both these starters, Titus and Myers, have been hammering the outer half with their heaters and finding success with it. Getting soft contact called strikes.
1-1. Up in. Now, did that hit the knob of the bat or the elbow of Martinez? I think it hit the knob of the bat. It's going to be a foul ball. Martinez, a redshirt sophomore at Florida Atlantic University. There are a lot of players on the big train from FAU. It's one of the schools that Coach Sal likes to target the hardest. 1-2. Misses just upstairs.
Yeah, this season Martinez hit near 300 with the Owls. Slugged 3 home runs as well.
OPS in the mid-700s as well. 2-2 the count. Fastball just misses low. Brady Myers, the starter for the Grays, with 2 quick outs in this inning, looking to not lose Martinez and get himself a 1-2-3 inning. Full count payoff. Slider just misses upstairs, and Martinez has a 2-out walk.
That's a well-worked walk by the shortstop. Brings up the cleanup hitter, Skoronski. A bit of opportunity for the hosts.
Skoronski is one of the players that I think a lot of people are going to be excited to see. He's one of the stronger hitters that the big train will be employing this year. Last season at Winthrop, hit .305 with an on-base percentage north of .430. And 13 home runs as well. There goes the runner for second. Throw down from the catcher, not in time. Martinez has a stolen base.
That's a really nice throw by Alcovi, but a bit of a tough break. Hit the catcher's glove at the same time as John Martinez slid in and got caught in between and fell to the turf.
When Ahokovi threw down to second, because after you warm up, you throw the ball down to second, the ball slipped out of his hand and it rolled to second. I don't know if you see that and you go, if I get a chance, I'm taking a bag.
I think it's probably, guys in the dugout are watching players like a hawk in the warm-ups, trying to get any micro advantage they can. I'm not surprised if that would be why Martinez took off.
Skoronski ahead in the count 1-0. Takes a fastball just below the knees for a ball. And now on a 2-0 count here with a runner in scoring position, 2 outs, I think this is where you like to see a hack here, if he gets a pitch he can handle.
Oh, absolutely. For a guy like Skoronski that hit 13 home runs this year, I want him to swing it out of his shoes.
2-0. He does swing, and he grounds one foul up along the Grays' dugout.
But you can see the bat of Skoronski just so quick to get around. There is pop in that stick.
The native of Frederick, Maryland, is back into the box. Myers Cubs set. Looks back, the runner at second. Looks again, now delivers. Skaronski waves at a changeup down and away, and the count is now even at 2-2.
I love that pitch from Myers. Beautifully executed, beautifully located. Skaronski was just not looking for it.
He was hunting a fastball.
Oh, absolutely. And he got his ace swing out there just a bit early.
Myers has run the count even now. It's 2-2. Skaronski awaits and takes just downstairs, and the count is now full. Full count now. Emilio Gonzalez, another FAU Owl, waits on deck. Martinez, the runner on second. Payoff misses way high and away, and Skaronski has a walk. So back-to-back walks have put 2 runners on for Emilio Gonzalez.
If there's anything more dangerous than leadoff walks, it's 2-out walks. Those are the things that come to haunt you when you're laying in your bed at night, and Myers is hoping that he can retire a dangerous hitter in Gonzalez.
You could talk all you want about ERA, batting average, any advanced stat you want. Ultimately, coming through with runners on is what wins you ball games, and Emilio Gonzalez with a chance to do just that in his first big train at bat. Takes a fastball in the outer half for strike one. He did play on the big train last year, hit .337 with a .452 on base.
And boy, did he come through with runners on base last year. 27 RBI in 31 games played.
Just under an RBI per game. And he has 2 potential waiting out there on the bases. 0-1. Swinging a ground ball to second. Soong over to make the play. And the big train will not cash in. They leave 2 stranded after 2 walks. First inning is done. We head to the top of the second on the Big Train Baseball Network.
All right, let's go to Bruce with a 2-time MLB All-Star and 21-game Gio Gonzalez.
Bruce Adams here. I got Gio Gonzalez on the third base side. Gio, thank you. First of all, congratulations on such a fabulous baseball career. And second, thank you for all the support you give the Big Train. Awesome. I love this program. I love seeing Big Train games. I love you all the time. What's the name of their team? Nationals. How did you come up with that? Random pick. Just happened to be the Nationals. Tell me about this squad. How are they doing this spring? Looks like they like the hot dogs and the ice cream. Yes, winning of it. Okay, let's hear it for Gio Gonzalez. Thank you, Gio.
Welcome back. Top half of the second. Set to commence here from Shirley Povich Field. In addition to opening day, it's also Raquel Ordonez Appreciation Night. Every single person in the stands has a Raquel Ordonez fan to help keep them cool. She's the director of operations and our boss, and she's great. We love her, so we hope the fans appreciate Raquel as much as we do.
Yeah, she's doing an excellent job. I swear I saw 4 different Raquels somewhere around the concourse pre-game today.
She's everywhere.
She's absolutely everywhere.
She just got hired this year and has been doing a great job so far. TJ Adenizio will step in to lead off the inning for the DC Grays. Made a fantastic catch out there in center field last half inning. Full Superman dive, caught a line drive deep into the gap. Definitely saved extra bases there. He takes a 1-1 fastball on the inner half for a strike.
And as so often happens, he's leading off the next inning. Chance to double his pleasure.
Titus ahead in the count 1-2. Popped up foul and out of play. Adenizio looking to battle here down on the count early.
And we talked about the importance of as a pitcher, especially a collegiate pitcher getting ahead. And these last 4 batters, Titus has done just that, and it's no coincidence he's set down 3 in a row, and he's a pitch away from doing the same to Adenizio.
1-2 again. Fastball misses high and away.
And you notice there, Hawk points out to the mound, gives a nod, says he likes the spot. There's nothing that makes a pitcher feel better than when a catcher tells you you're doing well. That communication between pitcher and catcher is so important.
2-2. Grounded to second. Diving, but can't make the play is right. And Adenizio, the freshman from the University of Richmond, as a leadoff single.
Sometimes they just find a hole, just got enough on that ground ball to scoot it past a really nice fielder in right.
That'll bring Isaac Ahokavi up to the plate. Looking to cash in another run for the DC Grays after a leadoff single. Titus with a pickoff move to first. Adenizio's back. Ahokavi back into the box. Will be doing the catching today for the Grays. Fastball misses inside at 92. Anytime you can get lower mid-90s as a college pitcher, if you can locate it all, you should be in pretty good shape. Throw down to second, and hosed is Adenizio. A strong throw there from Hawk.
Boy, that is just a seed from the Maryland product and right to the glove of the man standing at second base. Can't ask for anything better.
Good tag over there by Wright after he couldn't come up with a diving play, which got Adenizio to first. But the leadoff man retired on the caught stealing. Ahokavi finds himself in an even count, 1-1. Takes a fastball low.
And when he's able to get it inside, this fastball from Titus is really bearing in on right-handers, moving about 10 inches towards right-handed batters.
Yeah, a lot of fastballs nowadays. It's not just a straight moving pitch. A lot of fastballs have some break. A brushback pitch, and Ahokavi said it caught his jersey a little bit. I don't think that actually hit his body, but if it hits the jersey, that is still hit by pitch.
Yeah, that one bore in a little too much on the Grays catcher. And they return a runner to first base.
So now Eli Owens will step in. Titus set, kicks and fires. First pitch on the inner half, but just missed the plate. But as I was trying to say, though, is with spin rate being a big key for a lot of pitchers, like a lot of pitchers focus more on spin rate than velocity. Like that last pitch, 2,000 RPMs from Titus. When you get that spin rate, fastballs will have some run on them. It's not just like a straight arrow pitch.
Absolutely.
2-0, misses high and away. Owens in a 3-0 count here. Hitting at the bottom of the lineup and with a runner on and only one out. Probably going to see him take a pitch or two here. Ahokavi, the runner on first. Titus kicks and delivers. The fastball misses. And the Grays now have 2 on with 1 out. And that's really where you regret the caught stealing there, because without that, you're sitting with bases loaded, nobody out.
Yeah, back-to-back free passes, giving an opportunity to the Grays here. See if they can take advantage of it.
We're going to have a meeting at the mound. See how the Big Train want to talk things over about the 9-hitter, Joey Chitla.
And there's pitchers up in the Big Train bullpen walking around. No one throwing yet, but up and active. And it's not a knock on Titus that he would be pulled this early. It's just early in the season, and you're not going to see him go 6 or 7 tonight. He's probably scheduled for 3 or 4.
Yeah, there are 20 pitchers on the Big Train staff, which is more than you would see for a normal MLB team. Most MLB teams employ maybe 13, 14 pitchers, so everyone will get their innings in. And with young developing arms, that's probably for the best. And also you can run a bullpen game almost every game. and allow the top of lineups not to see the same pitcher too many times. Grounded up the middle. It's off of Titus and through into center field. Rounding second and coming home is Ahokavi. He will score on an unlucky bounce for the big train, and it's 2-0 DC Grays.
Yeah, that would have been a tailor-made double play. Ball Wright was all over it behind the second base bag until it kicked off the knee of Titus and into center.
Eli Owens is up to third. The Grays now lead at 2-0, and that's just – sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good on a play like that.
Yeah, it all works out. But on the back of the baseball card, it all comes out even in the end because later this year, Chitla's going to hit a hard hopper right back to the pitcher, and he's going to glove it.
He's going to have a ball get caught on a dive in center field like we saw in the top half of this inning. Stealing second is Chitla. No throw from Hawk. Probably rule that one a defensive indifference.
Yeah, keeping an eye on Owens there at third base. Not wanting to give up a free run this early in the ballgame.
The lineup is back up to the top. Noel Rivera back in. He got hit by a pitch in his first at-bat. 0-1. Grounded up the middle. Wright cannot get it. It's through for a base hit. Throw will come to the plate. Not in time. Diving in is Chitla. And it's 4-0 Grays.
And DC's just been finding holes so far, and 2 one-out free passes issued by Titus, taken advantage of by the visitors. 2 good knocks in a row.
It's what we were talking about in the last half inning. It's timely hitting that wins games. 96 off the bat, straight into the ground, but hard ground ball gets through. Carter Jenkins will now step in for his second at-bat. He singled in the first. Slider misses upstairs from Titus. Every single batter this inning has reached base. Throw down to second, not in time. Rivera has a stolen base. But every single batter to come to the plate has reached base. The only out in this inning was when the leadoff man, Adanizio, was caught stealing. Rivera on second. He just stole that bag, and he has a pretty decent lead. 2-0 the count. Slider fouled back by Jenkins, and the count's now 2-1.
Yeah, you got to find a way just to hold them to 4 in this inning. I mean, the Big Train scored 5 or more runs 27 times out of their 36 games last year. You can hold it to here. It's still a ball game.
2-1. Grounded to the right side. Coming up with the play is Martinez. Throw on to first is in time.
Silky smooth from the Owl. And now Titus has a chance to hold him right here.
4 runs on 4 hits so far for the Grays. Andy Rivera will now step in. He struck out in his first at-bat. I'm sure Titus would love to get him swinging again and get out of this inning and get the game back into the hands of the Big Train offense. Titus set, looks back the runner, now comes to the plate. Slider grounded over to short, and bobbling the ball is Martinez, and Rivera will reach on the E6.
That's a really tricky hop for Martinez to deal with. One of those tweener hops. Really charged it, trying to find that short hop, but couldn't quite get there in time and ate him up.
Noel Rivera up for third, and Ethan Nagy with a chance to really break this game open for the DC Grays. 2 on and 2 out for the cleanup hitter. Punched a sac fly over to right field in his first at-bat. Slider misses upstairs for ball 1. Four 0 Grays. They scored 1 in the first, 3 so far across here in the second. 1-0 from Titus. Changeup misses high, and it's 2-0.
The off-speed has been missing high for Titus today. That's a place you don't want to be missing with those sorts of pitches. If you're going to miss someone, you want to bury it low, try and get a chase.
2-0, runners off for second. Fly ball out of play along the first base line, so Andy Rivera will have to head back to first.
It looks like they've got Titus maybe timed up pretty well. He's got a decently high leg kick here from the stretch. And they've been trying to get jumps off the junior righty.
And Inicio caught stealing earlier in the inning. Noel Rivera able to get a successful stolen base. 2-1 is grounded foul back into the backstop, and the count is now 2-2. Titus 1 strike away from getting out of this inning with the game still at 4-0. Noel Rivera, the runner at third. Andy Rivera, the runner at first. 2-2, misses, and it gets behind. Ball kicks right back to Hawk, but he can't locate it in time. Diving home is Noel Rivera. And just another unlucky hop for the big train.
Yeah, nearly a fantastic break. If Hawk's able to find it, I mean, it's an easy tag out. It's right back to him, but just in between the legs, kicked around by the umpire a little bit.
Yeah, that ball came right to his bare hand, but to barehand that and get a tag down with a runner barreling home from third, not an easy play to make. Full count now on Ethan Nagy. Titus set, looks back, the runner now comes to the plate, fouled away again.
Put a bit of juice behind that delivery, trying to get himself out of this inning. Fired it in at 93.
Full count still. Soong waits on deck. Titus set again. Another payoff. Swing and a miss. And Hawk able to hold on, so no drop third strike. But the damage has been done. 4 runs come across for the Grays. Big Train will look to chip away, heading into the bottom half of the second. Welcome back, bottom half of the second. About to start, the visitors, the DC Grays, lead your Bethesda Big Train 5-0 after 2 innings. Just a bevy of walks and unlucky bounces, a few singles here and there, and the Grays have really caught the Big Train behind here early. But this was a team that had a very strong offense last year. We mentioned last time they scored 5 or more runs in 27 of their 36 games. So if there's any team that could come back, it's them. Brett Ott, the junior from Sacramento State, will lead it off. He takes a fastball high and outside for ball 1. Brady Myers, the starter for the Grays, not coming with as much velocity as Titus, 88 on that last pitch. But he was able to get 2 ground outs and a fly out in the bottom half of the first. And sometimes it's not velo that gets you out. It's being crafty with the off-speed stuff and keeping hitters off balance.
Yeah, he flashed a couple nice changeups in the last inning, and when he was locating, he was really carving off the outer half with the fastball.
1-1, swung on and missed. And the count is now 1-2 to Brett Ott. He is a redshirt junior from Roseville, California. So he's coming pretty far away from home to play for the Big Train. 1-2 misses in the dirt. It's now 2-2.
Spent a couple seasons in the West Coast League with Edmonton and Bend.
Edmonton, their Oilers will take on the Florida Panthers in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup tonight. I know you're a big hockey fan, Jackson, being from Minnesota. 2-2. Misses upstairs.
That I am. I'm about St. Louis lifer, moved up to Minnesota for college. Big Blues fan. Watched some Wild games up there. Pulling for McDavid to win a cup. He deserves it.
Full count payoff to Ott is fouled high and away. Florida Panthers, of course, took care of the Oilers last year. They were up 3-0. Oilers came back and made it 3-3, but the Panthers did not end up choking the 3-0 lead. They did win the Stanley Cup, but the Oilers will look for revenge tonight. Another payoff. Misses just high, and Brett Ott with a leadoff walk.
That's 3 walks issued by Myers. Eventually, the big train going to have to punish the wildness a bit here, and Matthew Wesley looking to do it.
That'll bring Matthew Wesley up to the plate. You'd really like to see this bottom third of the big train order able to get a few runners on, because ultimately the bottom half of the lineup can be just as important as the top half. If you can push across some runners and get some runners on for the big guys at the top, ultimately very important to winning ball games. Wesley, a native of Manassas, Virginia, currently a sophomore at Virginia Tech. Utility player. He's playing in left field today. 0-1 the count to him. Brady Myers picks off to first, but Ott is back. '87 on the fastball so far from Myers, but he's been able to keep these big train hitters off balance so far. Ott with a decent lead over there at first. Myers kicks and delivers. Changeup just misses outside.
You know, on an unrelated note, these jerseys are just fine, but the DC Grays are wearing navy, and I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, dark green, the home jerseys for the big train, and then dark blue for the Grays. They are very similar. You'd like to see maybe a white or a gray for some contrast. 1-1, pickoff again to first. Ott is back again. He took a very aggressive secondary lead on that last pitch, so we could see him try to take second at some point in this at-bat. Brady Myers set again, 1-1 to Matthew Wesley. Kick and the pitch. Line drive deep into the right center field gap. 2 outfielders giving chase, and it's going to one-hop the wall. Around second is Ott. He's going to keep the wheels moving and head to the plate. The throw home. Not in time. Ott gets in there with the feet first slide of the big train around the board.
And so crucial there that Brett Ott, as soon as he left the first base bag, he was thinking home. That play ended up being a lot closer than expected after a really nice relay by Soong. But Ott was thinking pay dirt as soon as the ball left the bat, and that's why he's safe.
Yeah, Soong with a dart to home. I thought Ott was going to be scoring standing up. That was a laser of a throw and an aggressive send over there at third with nobody out. I feel like most third base coaches would hold the runner up there, but Ott able to steal a run on the first hit of the season for the big train. And now Jacob Hawk, the University of Maryland catcher, will step in.
And as a rule of thumb, I like to send on a play like that. It took a nearly perfect relay to almost get him. I mean, it's so hard to throw a runner out at home. Sending guys when it's 50-50 works out more often than it doesn't.
Yeah. The umpire's mask actually almost got in the way. Like, on top of the plate was the umpire's mask. I thought that Ott was going to slip and maybe hit it or something. Like, it was right there if you look back at the play. 1-1 the count on Hawk. Wesley still at second after his double. A little bit of a meeting between Ahokovi and Myers. Catcher giving his pitcher potentially some words of encouragement. 1-1 the count. The 8-hitter Hawk, who plays catcher and can also play first. takes down and away. He's ahead in the count, 2-1. He actually played for the Big Train's main rival, the only Crop Dusters, last year. Only played in 5 games. Or only played in 2 games, only got 5 plate appearances. 2-1. Fastball at 86, taken on the upper half, and the count's 2-2. Who's rated as the number 3 catcher in the state of Maryland coming out of high school. He has an even count, 2-2. Myers delivers fly ball into right center field again. Underneath to make the catch is Owens for the first out.
I think Wesley thought that was a bit deeper in the gap. You saw him scamper off second base. Nowhere close to getting doubled off, but I might have liked to see a tag there because I think if that gets down, he's scoring from second no matter where he is.
Yeah, with 1 out, you'd like to have that runner at third. But Logan Ponnett will step in. The 9-hitter will look to flip the lineup back to the top with another runner on base as the Big Train continue to chip away at this 5-0 deficit. It's now 5-1. First pitch is a 74-mile-an-hour slider that catches the outer half for a strike.
Our TrackMan 3D Strike Zone says you can't throw a pitch more perfect than that at the very corner of bottom and right.
Good call from the umpire, too. That slider misses outside.
But Logan Ponnett, the UNC Charlotte product who walks up to soft sell, is making his first collegiate appearance here today.
He did not play at all in his first season with the Charlotte 49ers, but that's another reason that summer ball can be so important for guys that don't get playing time because they're either being redshirted or they got a guy in front of them. Summer ball lets them get at-bats in and keep fresh.
Yeah, I mean, not playing at a D1 team is not mean you're a bad baseball player. It means you're behind an incredible baseball player, and Ponnett gets a chance to get some swings and head back with a head full of steam for his sophomore campaign.
1-2 count. Brady Myers looking for the strikeout. Looks back the runner at second, now delivers. Fouled back into the net. The count will stay at 1-2 to Ponnett.
And Myers could not have put that pitch in a spot that he liked more, right in on the hands of Ponnett, but the youngster does a great job of staying alive.
The freshman looking to stay battling with 2 strikes. Wesley with an aggressive leadoff of second, and he'll draw Myers to step off the rubber. 5-1, the lead in favor of the DC Grays, but the Big Train looking to get some more runs back in this bottom half of the second. 1-2 to Ponnett. Fly ball into deep right. Going back on it is Owens. He makes the catch just feet in front of the warning track. Tagging for third is Wesley, and he'll get there.
And that time, Wesley, good job reading the ball. He saw it hang up and knew he had to get back and tag. And now he's just 90 feet away from home for a great hitter in right.
The lineup will flip back to the top for Brennan Wright. He's a majority. He's the guy that you want up. Guy on third base, 2 outs. He's a big contact hitter. Hit .425 for Covington last year, which is who he played summer ball for last year. So if you need a base hit, this is the guy you want up.
Yeah, this guy does it all at the plate from the left side. Just hits.
381 the average last year for Meridian Community College. He grounds one off the glove of Myers. Quick throw to first is in time from Soong. So the Big Train only able to get 1 run back. 5-1 will be the score as we head to the top half of the third.
Okay, let's go to
Thank you very much. I'm here with Senator Brian Feldman and Mark Warren and other members of the delegation. I said this before the game of the first pitch, but I want to make sure all the Big Train fans know that these state legislators from districts 15 and 16 got us a fabulous bond bill that's going to allow us to have a world-class irrigation system in Steele. So we're going to start with the senator pointing to the delegate who's pointing to the senator. We are going to be smart and go to the senator. Brian.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Real quick, Brian Feldman, State
Brian. Thanks, Bruce. I am Mark Corey. Delegate.
Top half of the third set to start here from Shirley Povich Field. After 2 innings of play, it's the visitors, the DC Grays, who lead the Big Train 5-1. It was 5-0 with the Big Train able to push across a run on a Matthew Wesley double. And Jake Titus still on the mound. Will try to keep the Grays at bay and get this game back into the hands of his hitters. The leadoff man will be Ryan Soong, who's made some strong plays over there at second. He already has 3 putouts in this game. He takes a slider above his head for ball 1.
And on the Big Train bullpen, no one's throwing yet, but they are playing a lively game of hacky sack, a favorite summer collegiate pastime.
Changeup catches the inner half of the zone for a strike. 2,300 RPMs from Titus. Another off speed just misses upstairs.
Yeah, he's really spinning his slider well today when he's getting it down in the zone.
It's just been the location hasn't really been the best. 2-1. Fastball down and away for a strike. 2-2 the count on Soong. Titus looking for his 3rd strikeout of the game. And he has it. Swing and a miss on the slider. And Soong down on strikes.
And the middle part of this Grays lineup, 3, 4, and 5, is hitless on the day in 2 plate appearances each. But it's the rest of the lineup that's found a way to hurt Titus.
Yeah, the top 3 have hit him for 2 hits and a hit by pitch. The bottom 3 have hit him for a hit by pitch, a walk, and a single. TJ Adenizio steps in. He singled in his first at-bat in the 2nd inning, but got caught stealing second base. 0-1. Misses way outside. 1-1 to the Gray center fielder. Kick in the 1-1. Fastball misses way up and away. Count is 2-1. And one thing that is concerning if you're a pitcher is when you're missing by a lot. If you're walking people but missing here, missing by a few inches, you can normally live with that, but sometimes fastballs missing way out of the zone can be a little bit of a cause for concern.
Yeah, it's all about making every pitch competitive. When you miss by a lot, it's not a competitive pitch. You're not going to draw a swing, but got to keep it close.
3-1, another outside fastball, and Adenizio has a 1-out walk. That'll bring Isaac Ahokovi up to the dish. He got hit by a pitch in his first at-bat. Tried to jump out of the way, but the ball just brushed up against his jersey. We'll see if Adenizio tries to steal again after he was caught last inning. Slider catches the upper part of the zone for strike 1.
And I really like the shape of the slider from Titus. When he's able to locate it, it is a pitch that the Grays have done nothing with.
Yeah, most of the damage has been on the fastball. And a lot of stuff has been towards right field. The Grays have done a great job of not trying to get out ahead of the fastball, just let it come to them, and they've punched it to the opposite field for some base hits. 0-1. That fastball misses just inside, maybe an inch or 2 off the plate.
Yeah, our 3D strike zone says that's a great call by the umpire, just missed.
1-1, Adenizio almost picked off at first. I am a fan of the quick move when you act like you're coming set and then you throw over to first, because that's normally when a runner is getting their steps for their lead. You can sometimes catch them off guard. 1-1 from Titus. Another slider that misses just inside.
I love the quick move because that's also when you can catch a runner napping, because they're getting their lead and they also might be looking away. They might be checking the outfield.
2-1, runs inside on Ahokavi. And Titus again behind in the count at 3-1.
That's two pitches who just barely missed. That one a little farther inside, but could be a completely different count if you get 2 more inches towards the plate on those last two.
3-1, misses outside. Back-to-back walks for Titus as the Grays in business again. So now Eli Owens will step in. He walked and later came around to score in his first at-bat. And after the big train were able to push across a run in the bottom half of the second, the Grays could really snatch momentum back if they can put up 1 or 2 in this top half of the third. Slider bounces off the plate for ball 1. But if you're the Grays here, got to keep the pedal on the gas.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you're making Titus work. This next pitch will be his 63rd. You can tack a couple more on, change the shape of the ball game.
1-1. Perfect pitch on the inner edge of the plate for a strike. 1-1 the count to Eli Owens. The lefty digs into the box. 1-1 from Titus. Slider misses way outside. Five to 1, the lead for the DC Grays. They put up 4 of those runs in the second inning. Looking to add on in the third. 1-2. Swinging a grounder towards second. Wright has it. He will go to second and get the force. I thought maybe he would go to first there because that was a slow grounder towards second, but able to get one of the runners that was already on base, and now you got first and third as opposed to second and third.
Yeah, it's a tough play to get 2 on for Wright because if you charge, then it's a really tough throw over to second base. And if you wait like he did, then you're allowing the runner to get way down the line. But got 1 out, and now you're just 1 away from scoreless inning.
See if Owens tries to go for second and make the situation the same as if they wouldn't have gotten the force. Joey Chitla back into the box. He singled on a ground ball that hit the foot of Titus and was able to squeak through into the outfield and score 2 runs. Fastball misses just beneath the zone. You'd like to see Hawk catch that ball there because a lot of times if the ball is just dropped by the catcher, the it's just an automatic ball.
Yeah, it's tough to give it as a strike.
That ball almost gets away, but Hawk able to make a nice stop. But 3-0, the count on Chitla.
Hey, don't want to walk the 9-hole batter. Bring up Rivera, who has a hit by pitch and a 2-run knock today.
3-0. Misses inside, and the bases will be loaded for Rivera. 3 walks already in the inning for Titus, and the top of this Grays order has a chance to really make him pay. Now, we will see a meeting and maybe a pitching change. Do you play the infield in here, try to catch the runner at home?
2 outs.
Or with 2 outs. I thought there was 1 out. With 2 outs, no, don't. Don't play in, try to cut the runner home. I thought there was 1 out. That's on me. We will be seeing a new pitcher for the big train. He's getting checked for substances by our base runner. It'll be Jordan Campuano when we come back. New pitcher to tell you about for the Bethesda Big Drain will be Jordan Capuano, a junior from LaPorte, Indiana, majoring in business at Frederick Community College. He played for the Big Train last year, put up a 2-0 record in 10 innings, 2.2 whip, and .9 home runs per 9, averaging 9.6 strikeouts per 9. He does have good stuff. Bases loaded and 2 out for the leadoff man, Noel Rivera. First pitch, fastball at 90 miles an hour for a strike.
And Capuano, a bit of a more over-the-top look than Titus. That fastball is just spinning straight down the pipe.
2,400 RPMs on that fastball. 0-1. Half swing, no swing in the eyes of our umpires. Count is even at 1-1 to Rivera. He's been hit by a pitch and has singled and has scored both times he's come up to the plate.
And you see there, Capuano's also got that gyro slider, just dives down away from the barrel.
1-1, kicks and delivers. Fastball just catches the upper inside corner for a strike.
That's a great pitch because it makes Rivera uncomfortable, but still a strike. I mean, inside you saw him bump the hands away. Now you can go away.
We'll see if he does go away on 1-2. He comes back inside with another fastball. This ball popped up, and Gonzalez giving chase, but he's out of room. So 1-2, still the count on Rivera, and I think after some fastballs up and in, now is I think when you could see a slider down and away.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's been perfectly set up these last 2 pitches. And you saw the first one. Rivera didn't look like he loved it. He checked the swing on the slider down in the zone.
1-2 the count. Big Train looking to get out of a jam here in the third. 1-2. Just misses below the zone. He did go to the slider. But now the count's even at 2-2 to Rivera.
But we were talking about competitive misses earlier, and that's a competitive miss. In a 1-2 count, you put in the slider. Maybe you'd like it just a bit higher up, but that's one that can draw a swing.
2-2. Capuano. 1 strike away from getting out of the jam. Kick and the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the changeup. Beautiful pitch there from Capuano, and 1 batter for him, and he's out of the inning. The Big Train will look to continue to chip into this lead coming up next. Welcome back, bottom half of the third. Set to start here from Shirley Povich Field. The DC Grays trying to spoil opening day for the Big Train. They lead at 5-1 after 2.5 innings. But 2, 3, and 4 due up for the Big Train. Corbin, Martinez, and Skoronsky. Second time seeing Gray starter Brady Myers. Maybe they'll have him timed up and come with some powerful hits.
And opening day for the Big Train rarely gets spoiled. 2013, the last time Bethesda lost an opening day game.
Wow, that's 11 straight years starting a season 1-0.
And the last time that they lost to a team that's no longer part of this league, the Baltimore Redbirds. And the starting first baseman for that team was Lamont Wade Jr., who's now been in the big leagues for 7 years.
Yes, he has. That's a great little history lesson there. 2-1 the count on Parker Corbin. He takes a fastball high, and he's ahead in the count 3-1. Martinez and Skoronski, who await after Corbin, both walked in their first at-bats. So they saw quite a few pitches from Brady Myers. 3-1 misses down and in. Corbin has a leadoff walk.
It's base on balls number 4 from Myers. One of those scored. Brett Ott came around on the Wesley double. John Martinez will look to do the same.
That Wesley double is the only hit the big train have been able to push across. But we'll see what Martinez has. After he walked and stole second in his first at-bat. The FAU product from Orlando, Florida is back into the box for his second at-bat. First pitch from Meyer just catches the upper outside corner for a strike.
There's action in the Grays bullpen, a left-hander up and chucking.
That's going to be number 3, Colin Casey, warming up out there. Corbin with a lead off of first. 0-1 and misses high and inside. To Martinez, and the count now even at 1-1. Martinez, his favorite major league player is Randy Arozarena. That's a guy that has a lot of fun when he plays. And you can tell that Martinez likes to do the same, got a big smile across his face in the picture on media day and when he plays.
Yeah, Randy A. up there in Seattle nowadays. Former Cardinal, my favorite big league team that trade Rude a little less now that Matthew Liberatore is having an excellent campaign.
2-1, fly ball in the air towards shallow left center. Coming in is Rivera. He will call off Adedizio to make the catch for out number 1.
Martinez just missed that one. Got a little bit under it.
Yeah, exit angle of 43 degrees. 30s is really what you're looking for a lot of home run swings, so just a bit under that one. Now Skoronski will step in. He was walked in his first at-bat. First pitch to him, swung on and missed. Skoronski coming out of the cleanup spot. In his last at-bat, there was a runner on second, so they had a base open to pitch around him. But now with the runner sitting on first and 1 out, Myers has no choice but to come after him. 0-1. Slider just misses high for a ball.
And on Skoronski's hacks so far today, I could feel the wind from the press box after he finishes. He's got a powerful swing from the left-handed batter's box.
13 home runs this past season for Winthrop. 1-1. Takes outside. Corbin, the runner on first. 1 out in the bottom half of the third. Big Train chasing 4 runs early in this one. Myers checks. Corbin over at first. Now comes to the plate. Skoronski takes upstairs, and he's ahead in the count 3-1.
Skoronski, also a guy with a great eye. He walked 14 times in 74 plate appearances for Bethesda last summer and 29 times over at Winthrop this year.
Any player that walks about as much as they strike out, that's a talented hitter. 14 walks and 14 strikeouts last summer for Skoronski. Swing and a miss. Taking a big cut there at 3-1. Count is now full. And another thing is you got to know when to take your big hacks as a hitter. I know he didn't connect with that one, but you got to know when to let it fly as a hitter and when not to.
And 3-1 fastball in the zone. That's time to let it fly.
Payoff. Upstairs. A second walk of the inning for Brady Myers as the big train in business with Emilio Gonzalez coming up to the plate.
And again, despite the swing and miss, I love the approach from Skoronski there, what he took and what he did. I mean, his swings were early in the count, got a fastball in the zone, took a huge hack. 3-1, got a fastball in the zone, took a huge hack. Everything else that was nibbled around the zone, he took, and he earned himself a walk.
Yeah, it's little things like that that you can really tell when hitters are going to excel at the next levels of college and in further in their careers, and Skaronski definitely has that. So Emilio Gonzalez will now step in, and he has a big chance to really get the big train back in this one with 2 runners on. He has home run pop, 3 homers for Florida Atlantic this past year. First pitch to him. Swung on and driven deep out to right field. Owens has a beat on it, and he makes the catch. 96 miles an hour off the bat from Gonzalez, but Owens, right place, right time.
And that ball is stung. Gonzalez just hit it right in the wrong spot.
So now Brett Ott will step in. He walked and later came around to score in his first at-bat. And he has a big pressure 2-out at-bat with runners on. Brady Myers looking to get through a 3rd inning with only the 1 run allowed. Looks back, the runner at second now comes to the plate. And Ott takes high for ball 1.
And you got Wesley on deck, who saw Myers well in his first trip to the dish. Like to have Ott keep this inning rolling.
Wesley doubled and has the only RBI of the game so far for the big train. 1-0. Slider just catches the upper edge of the plate, or upper edge of the zone. And the count's now 1-1 on Ott. Myers set again. Getting a little jumpy at second is Corbin. And this time Wesley delivers outside. Maybe a little distracted by Corbin bouncing over there at second. With 2 outs, as a pitcher, you got to really be focused on the hitter here.
Oh, absolutely. This is the time to get the guy at the plate out. I mean, the runner at second in a 4-run game, not as important as just getting out of this inning.
2-1. Ott ahead in the count. The Sacramento State product awaits a 2-1, and it's down and in. 3-1 the count, with Wesley waiting on deck.
Myers has been made to work by the big train so far. He's thrown 62 pitches in 2 2/3 innings.
That's what you like to see if you're an offense, getting the opposing pitcher's pitch count up there. 3-1. Swung on and driven high into right. Owens will settle under it and make the catch, so the big train not able to cash in. It's 5-1, and we'll head to the top half of the 4th.
Welcome back to the fourth inning here at Shirley Povich Field. It's 5-1 DC over your Bethesda Big Train. Jackson Corcoran with you alongside Quincy Bell. Gibson Hurd is our producer-engineer. Jordan Capuano in his second up, as they call it. He's thrown a third inning, got a huge strikeout to retire. Noel Rivera last inning now faces Carter Jenkins. His first pitch is low with the breaking ball.
And Capuano did a great job to get out of that last inning. He had a really big, high-leverage pressure at bat against Noel Rivera. Bases loaded, 2 outs, got the strikeout.
Oh, and he was hitting his spots. He was throwing the ball right where Hawk was set up. I mean, to come in a spot like that, your first outing of the summer, and do that job is huge. That's lifted down the right field line, twists foul. And there's 2 strikes on Jenkins.
And Capuano's from my neck of the woods, LaPorte, Indiana. It's very close to where I grew up. Junior at Frederick Community College in his second year with the Big Train.
He had a pretty nice season for Frederick this year. Pitch on its way to Jenkins. Upstairs. Jenkins has singled and grounded out on the evening as the sun dips low in the Bethesda sky. Looper down the right field line. It is foul once again.
Yeah, trying to jam him there with the inside pitch. Just caught a. That's a bad place to catch the ball, just right on the label of the bat. If you could live in that inner half of the zone to right-handed hitters, you're going to get a lot of ground balls, lazy pop-ups, and some strikeouts.
Yeah, hitters at this level are just not used to someone who's confident coming in on the hands. They can make you tough to deal with. Hawk sets up low in the zone. The pitch is tapped back up the middle. High hopper off the mound towards Martinez, who slings it to first. Not in time.
That was a strong throw. That throw had a lot of velocity coming off of it. Tough hop there, just off the side of the mound. Ultimately, just another kind of unlucky bounce and, single there for the Grays.
Yeah, not much that Martinez can do with that one. That high hop just gives him so little time to throw to first with Jenkins busting it out of the box.
It also looked like he was charging it at first, and then when the ball popped up, he kind of had to wait for it.
Jenkins watches a pitch for his teammate Rivera. That's a strike as he's staying still at first base. See if they try and run on Capuano as much as they did off Titus in the opening few innings. Swing and a miss by Rivera. No balls, 2 strikes on the left fielder.
And Capuano, through these first 3 batters, he's gotten ahead in counts. That's something Titus kind of struggled with, so that's huge, especially coming out of the bullpen.
The 6'1" right-hander likes the sign, comes set at the belt. Nice spot, but outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jordan Capuano in his media guide profile says he likes going to meals with teammates. Reminds me of we'll get that in the second swing. A line drive towards short, over the glove of Martinez and into center field. Leaping try to no avail, and it's at first and second, nobody out here in the fourth.
Yeah, back-to-back singles. The Grays have come out swinging here. They've been kind of waiting and taking their walks when Titus is on the mound, but with Capuano coming over the plate, they've been on him so far. Just knowing when to attack, and just a great line drive there from Rivera.
Well, I was gonna say, Capuano says he likes going to meals with teams. Reminds me of that video you've seen the Boston College basketball player in his interview after he got knocked out of the March Madness tournament. He says, "What are you gonna miss about this team?" And he tears up. He looks like he's about to say the most profound thing in the world, and he says, "I'll miss when we went out to eat, man."
Yeah, that's. You're with these guys for the whole summer. They don't just play games together. Some of them are living together. They have long trips to away games. You're spending a lot of time with your teammates, so it's important that you create those bonds and become a team and not just 9 players that play for the same team, and sometimes meals are the best place to get that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, being able to come together as a summer team, coming from all over the country like this Big Train roster is just so crucial to be able to bond as a group of guys. The 0-2 pitch from Capuano. Swung on and chopped foul.
Yeah, Ethan Nagy with a sac fly and a strikeout so far in his first 2 at-bats. Like we said earlier, the middle of this Gray lineup has been held mostly at bay so far, despite the 5 runs.
Capuano trying to keep that trend moving. Way ahead of Nagy. Here comes the pitch. Swing, and he just got enough of it to stay alive. Taps it off the chest protector of Jacob Hawk. Jacob Hawk in his Terps gear behind the plate has the Maryland flag design splashed across the front of his chest protector. Black helmet with red accents. As Capuano taps his foot once, twice, thrice, now delivers. That's high at 89 miles an hour.
You mentioned the Maryland flag. As someone not from this area of the country, Maryland likes to put their flag, it's one of the more unique ones, it's on everything, I feel like, when you see it.
No, it really is. And I've got a good buddy from Maryland back at school. He's got Maryland flag shorts. It's really something to behold. That's fouled back once again by Nagy.
Yeah, even the University of Maryland, they got that the red letter M, and then they have a little stripe at the bottom that has the flag pattern there. And their colors are red, yellow, and black.
You know, I rock with that. I'll say, as a proud Missourian, I'll give the edge to the Maryland flag over our own. We just got a bear or something.
The Indiana one is not nice.
That bender is outside.
Yeah, the Indiana flag is just, it's a torch with like some spokes coming out of it on a blue background. It's pretty boring.
Well, our producer engineer asked if we could name every state flag by seeing it. The answer is a resounding no.
Well, some of them have the state name on the flag, though. Like California's got the bear, and it says California at the top. So we could get a decent amount, I think. Not all of them.
The 2-2. Runner takes off at second base. Throw by Hawk. In time, but he evades the tag. Nice slide by Jenkins. Throw beat him by a step or two. But running in, Corbin wasn't able to apply the swipe tag. Double steal has runners in scoring position.
Yeah, Corbin a little late to get to the bag. And when you have a hit and run, that will happen when with fielders' priorities on the ball coming towards them. So probably why he just barely missed that tag.
3-2 line in the right center field. Going back on it is Ott. He makes the grab. Runners tag up. And everybody's safe. Coming in to score is Jenkins on Nagy's second sac fly of the day.
And the double steal pays off. They get a run out of it. Advancing the runners was able to let Jenkins cross from third on the sac fly.
And boy, oh boy, Capuano is about 3 total inches from having outs on 3 separate plays. I mean, Jenkins just beats out the throw at first. Then Rivera just sneaks it over the glove of Martinez. And then Jenkins again barely sliding around the tag at third base. And the bounces have gone DC's way tonight, and that's why they're ahead through just under 3.5. Capuano gets an ugly swing and a miss from Ryan Soong, and he's way ahead.
Yeah, you're right about the bounces. There's just been a few plays here or there where, like, if 2 or 3 of those bounces don't go the Grays' way, we might be sitting at like a 3-1 game. But also, Brady Myers, the starter for the Grays, he's been solid. There's 2 people warming up for DC, but I'd imagine we see Myers for a 4th inning.
Yeah, he's been dancing through the raindrops, done an excellent job at getting out of trouble. That breaking ball, Capuano slipped on the delivery, and it's fouled off.
That ball almost got into the neighboring tennis court.
Soon got a lot of it, just a bit early. Lights have clicked on here at Shirley Povich Field. Temperature cooling down below 80 as Soon cracks it towards third baseman off the glove of Corbin and into no man's land for an RBI single.
That's another one of those just bounces, like just a few inches out of the glove of these Big Train defenders.
And that's one, too, where if Corbin's not playing in to try and keep the runner at third, Rivera, honest and have a chance to play at the plate, that's probably an easy one-hopper for him. It's going to bring up TJ Adoniccio. 2 runs in the inning. That one's low and smothered by Hawk.
Yeah, Hawk's been doing a great job to block and smother pitches in the dirt. The DC Gray runners that have been advancing, it's not just because he's letting balls by him.
Absolutely not. And he's got 1 caught stealing in the game. Probably should have 2. Beat the runner stealing third, Jenkins, earlier this inning. Soong at first, Adoniccio on the plate. Soong takes off and will have to return to first base as the center fielder fouls back.
Yeah, credit the Grays. They got out to a 5-0 lead, and they've been staying aggressive in their mentality. Like, they're not just going to try to sit back and pick off some runs that they can. They're out there stealing bases and really trying to keep the pressure on the defending champs in the Big Train.
And they've been able to bring runners around as that's chopped up the middle towards right. He shovels over to Martinez. 4-6-3. Double play turned by the Big Train. And we're headed to the bottom of the 4th with DC leading 7-1. We've got a new pitcher on the mound for the DC Grays. Brady Myers' day is done, and the solid day it was. Replacing him is Dean Kira, the left-hander out of Wayne, New Jersey, attended the Stevens Institute of Technology. The 6-foot-tall southpaw replaces the righty Myers, who went 3 innings, gave up 1 hit, 1 run, 5 free passes issued, didn't strike anybody out, but got a lot of soft contact and except for Wesley RBI double, kept the Big Train off the board.
Yeah, and for a summer league pitcher, starter, that's exactly what you want. 3 innings of 1-run ball, get it to the next guy, get a new face out there, try to keep hitters off guard. That's exactly what you want if you're the Grays out of Brady Myers. Only the 1 hit and the 1 run allowed.
Lefty Kira facing Wesley Hawk and Ponnet this inning. He steps off and will get a reissued sign from the catcher Alcovi. Kicks, delivers. Inside and to the backstop it goes. Shuffle stepping away is the left fielder Wesley. Wesley stung that double to right center back in inning number 2. The only hit for the big train today. Kira's pitch catches the upper part of the zone for strike 1. Lefty doesn't like the first sign or the second, but more amenable to the third. And the pitch is high.
Yeah, Kira also with not a ton of velocity on his fastball. He's sitting at 85, but 2,500 RPMs on the spin rate and 11 inches of vertical break. Pretty straight down, but he has some crafty off-speed pitches to keep hitters off balance.
And that one's high as well.
Some might say he has the lefty privilege and maybe gets to throw a little bit slower.
I mean, it's not scandalous if it's true. That's cracked towards the shortstop, fielded on a knee by Rivera, and it's bobbled. No throw he'll make, and Wesley reaches first base on an error by Rivera.
We'll see if that's the start of something here for the big train. They got the leadoff runner on in the last 2 innings, but only able to push across 1 run off of it.
Bethesda has left 5 runners on base in the first 3 innings. Wesley hoping not to become the 6th as Jacob Hawk strides to the dish. Cues that ball foul off his big train green bat.
That's a very cool looking bat. I will say it. Matching it, it looks clean.
The big train wearing all high socks. Team standard with the pants pulled up to the knees and the forest green socks showing. That one nearly clipped the socks of Hawk.
I am a fan of the knee-high socks. Back in my playing days, that's what I would always wear.
Me, in the loosest sense of the word, still in my playing days, toiling away at D3 Carleton College, still do wear the high socks. Pitch from Kira is bounced and off the shin guard of Ahakovi and to the backstop, allowing Wesley to advance.
Yeah, got a runner in scoring position now, ahead in the count. This big train team not going to go away quietly. This is a team that in past years has really relied on their offense more so than their pitching. So a 6-run deficit could be overcome.
That's up and away, and they're looking to give their big train faithful something to cheer about. Stand still packed here in the 4th inning. This is not a 5-and-dive crowd here in Bethesda. They're going to stick around. But you'd like to give them something to holler about in these final 6.5 innings. Cued towards the second baseman, soon gliding over. And Hawk does a job moving Wesley over to third base with just 1 out. That's absolutely crucial when you've got the runner at second to get him over to third, even if it takes going down on a ground ball to do it. Got to have him on third with 1 out.
Yeah, now at the end of the day, you got to just be advancing runners.
Absolutely. Because now there's 8 million different ways to bring Wesley home. Got a ground ball up the middle, fly ball deep enough, wild pitch, and he's there. Of course, a knock will do ya. And Logan Ponnet looking to bring Wesley in. He flew out to right field in his first at-bat of the game, and indeed of his collegiate career. Kira misses high. He's going from the full windup with the runner on third base. You'll see some pitchers do that. If you're that much more comfortable in the windup, you'll eschew the stretch in favor of the windup.
With one out down, 6 runs, I don't think Big Train's going to try to steal home or anything.
And the lefties, sometimes there's a bit more opportunity to do that, but I'd agree with you there. Wesley, probably not a place where you want to risk a play like that.
Back to Kira on the mound. That's a slow curve. That came in at 69 miles an hour.
Yeah, pretty nice pitch there from Kira. That one's fouled off by Ponnet. But you saw it was big breaker from Kira. And to come back with the fastball 16 miles an hour harder, it's a tough at-bat for any hitter.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's not velocity that gets you out, although it can. It's differentials. Like, you got a fastball that's coming in at 85, curveball coming in at 69, as opposed to, say, a 90-mile-an-hour fastball and an 85-mile-an-hour changeup. It's the speed difference. That's ultimately what keeps hitters off balance.
I couldn't agree with you more there. See if you can keep Ponnet off balance here. The pitch from Kira goes with that big bender, but can't snap it down hard enough.
Yeah, that one comes in at 67.
But all velocity is, and while it's a good thing, but it's just a buffer. It's just a bit more of a margin of error for any given pitcher. The pitch from Kira swung on and missed by Ponnet.
And he ramps that one up to 85. That probably looked like 95 for Ponnet.
And now a lefty-lefty matchup. Dean Kira faces Brennan Wright. Second baseman is 0 for 2, a pair of groundouts. That's off the glove of the catcher, but staying put at third base is Wesley. Didn't kick out far enough for the runner to advance.
Yeah, I thought maybe he was going to have a chance there, but down 6 runs, I think you'd like to see him stay at third.
Yeah, it would have been a tight play at the plate, probably leaning more towards the Grays. Hopping up fast was Ahakovi. Wright will see a 1-0. Check swing down the third base line. Tough play there for Jenkins. He throws on the run and retires Brennan Wright with a nifty play. And that's going to strand a 6th Big Train runner 90 feet away. We're going to the 5th with DC leading 7-1. Jordan Capuano returns to the hill for Bethesda here in the top of the 5th, approaching the halfway point of tonight's game. Sellout crowd on hand for opening day here in Bethesda. Rays looking to play party pooper as they lead by 6. They'll have Isaac Ahakovi, Eli Owens, and Joey Chitla come to the plate. If anyone gets on, leadoff hitter Noel Rivera. Capuano was thrown an inning in the third, had a tough luck inning in the fourth. A few hits that just barely found holes, scarring him for 2 runs. And that one finds the elbow guard of Ahakovi, and he's been hit 2 times today.
Didn't really have a lot of effort in terms of getting out of the way of that pitch. I was a little surprised we didn't see the umpire bring him back. And I don't like that rule, like that you have to make an attempt to get out of the way, because if it hits you, it hits you. But I thought maybe they could have called that there.
Swing and a miss on 87. Eli Owens gets nothing but air. And that's the difference in the college game, is that it's not really stringent. There's really no rule about having to get out of the way like there is in the bigs. So you can see guys just stand in like that. The lean in, that's a different matter. But Alcovi didn't lean. He just kind of stood pat.
As someone who has umpired baseball games all the way down to like 8U, you'll see sometimes you'll get a kid that just will jump on top of the plate and get hit. That's when you really got to call that. I'm not saying that should have been called there. I just said it was a possibility.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Capuano carves up Eli Owens for his second punch out and brings up Joey Chitla, who's 1 for 1 with a single and a walk.
Yeah, and the Grays, they've just been getting hit. They have 7 hits so far in this game, and the majority of them have just come when there's runners on. If you can keep the same amount of runs as you do hits, that means you're hitting when it matters.
Pitch to Chitla, swing and a miss. Fooled him with the slider, the upcoming sophomore from Wofford College. Native of Wake Forest, North Carolina, Chitla. Serving as tonight's Grays designated hitter, the DCDH. He takes that one out of the zone. Capuano steadies himself, big deep breath on the mound. Peers in, comes set, and he's ready to go. Delivers to Hawk behind the plate, leaves it low. There's mild movement in the Bethesda bullpen once again. Hoping to get probably a bit more out of Capuano, though. Not in trouble just yet, as that breaking ball is a good one.
Yeah, Chitla flinching like he thought that one was going to hit him, but it catches just the perfect corner up and in according to our TrackMan strike zone.
Capuano looking to put away the 9-hole hitter. He induces a foul ball into the Bethesda dugout. Fielded there by, I believe that's an assistant coach making a nice snag off the net.
Yeah, players love when their coaches make some nice barehanded plays, don't they?
That they do. Nothing gets a dugout more riled up than some nice hands from the coaching staff. 2-2 en route from Capuano. Called strike 3. Got him looking. Back-to-back punch-outs for the right-hander.
Nice bounce-back inning here so far after the 2 runs and the 3 hits last inning. A nice solid inning from the junior out of Frederick Community College.
The son of Deborah and Andrew Capuano looking to wrap up the 5th here. Give the big train another chance at the bat. Rivera, he's 1 for 2. That's a looper into short left field. Coming on and making the grab is Matthew Wesley. Just 1 over the minimum by Capuano in that inning. 1 runner left on by DC, and it's still a 7-1 lead halfway through our ball game. Dean Kira subject to the quick hook as Colin Casey exits the bullpen for DC. The new pitcher will face Parker Corbin, John Martinez, and Josh Skoronski as Kira goes 1 inning, no hits, no runs, no walks, and a strikeout.
Yeah, Kira with just the perfect change of pace in the middle of that game was throwing that 60-mile-an-hour curveball, got some big train hitters off guard.
And that's off the helmet of Parker Corbin. Looked like it caught him in the crown, so a good spot to get hit if you're going to get hit up there. He looks no worse for wear. It's scary.
That's definitely not what you want to see as the first pitch for your new pitcher coming out of the bullpen, 86 right to the dome.
And the middle of the Bethesda lineup looking to hop on the new guy, Casey. Here's John Martinez. He's walked and flown out. He watches a slider outside. 2 big arm side misses for Colin Casey. He's a product of Randolph-Macon College. Line drive left center field. That's back towards the scoreboard. It's gonna 2-hop the wall. Rounding second, heading for third, Corbin. He'll be waved home. The relay's not gonna be close. RBI double for John Martinez.
And right after the hit by pitch to Corbin, Casey, you got to think he's coming over the zone. If I'm going to see a pitch to hit, Martinez up there hunting, delivers one deep into the gap, and the big train able to pick off another run.
And that's just a great approach by Martinez. Sees the slider way outside, then fastball at the top of the zone, and does what you're supposed to do with the fastball at the top of the zone. Deposits it into left center field, got the barrel on it quick, and brings up the cleanup hitter Skoronski, who's walked twice today, seeing the ball well. Martinez 180 feet away as Skoronski takes high.
And back-to-back lefties coming out of the pen here for the Grays.
Has the platoon advantage against Skoronski and Gonzalez here. Casey trying to make the most of the lefty-lefty matchup, but he's down 2-0 to the Bethesda right fielder.
Now, I mentioned earlier in Skoronski's previous 2-0 count, it's a good place to hit. This time, with no outs chasing 5 runs, I think the primary goal is just get him on base. So I'd probably like to see a take here.
And he does take. Not a bad pitch to hit, but I agree with you, Quincy. Don't hate the approach there from Skoronski. I mean, they've shown a propensity to pitch around him a bit. The cleanup hitter, they've got a base open here once again. See if he gets another pitch to hit. Not one to hit that time. Pretty sharp breaking ball from the left hand of Casey, but drops below the zone.
Yeah, almost 6 inches of vertical break, 7 inches horizontal break. That pitch is out there moving, but got to get it into the zone.
Well laid off by Skoronski. Here's the 3-1. Outside ball 4. The outfielder has walked for the 3rd time today, and it brings up Emilio Gonzalez.
Yeah, 1,000 on base percentage. I think the scouting report was clear for DC. Do not give Skoronski anything to hit. Those sitting with 10-plus home runs this past year for Winthrop. He's a guy where if you miss, you will get punished. So they've been pitching around him, but he's gotten on base all 3 times. That's a successful day at the office.
Absolutely. And he's given opportunities to Emilio Gonzalez, who Big Train fans well know the bat that he's got. He's come up twice, though, today with runners at first and second, has grounded out and lined out. Looking to make amends for his 0 for 2. But as we mentioned, he was nearly an RBI a game guy last season.
Yeah, and he caught some decent barrel there in his last at-bat, just lined out to right field. It was hard hit. Maybe a few feet to the right or left. That ball's getting down into the wall.
Yeah. A guy with 8 career home runs for Florida Atlantic. Slugged 2 in Bethesda. Gonzalez facing the first pitch from Colin Casey. Runners at first and second. That's in there for strike 1.
And still with nobody out and 2 runners on. This is the best chance the Big Train have had so far to get some runs back. They've gotten the leadoff man on in the last 4 innings. but only 2 runs.
Casey, that's high and away. 7 of the first 10 pitches from the Randolph-Macon left-hander have been out of the zone. And credit to the big train, down 5 runs. They have not been fishing. That's swung on, pitch right down the pipe. Gonzalez just a bit late.
Yeah, you can tell these guys are well coached. They're not going to get over ambitious, try to get 5 runs back with 1 swing. You got to just take your pitches, see your walks, and the big hit will come eventually.
Gonzalez looking for that big hit. 1-2. Martinez at second, Skoronski at first. The pitch. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, just a tough matchup there for Gonzalez. Not a great at-bat going up there lefty-lefty, but there's another lefty up in Ott, and that's probably why DC has gone to so many two lefties already so far. It's 3 in a row for Bethesda.
Yeah, that last pitch to Gonzalez is a tough pitch for a lefty to see, coming straight behind him and bending all the way to the other side of the plate. Tries to go to that same well, but leaves it high to Brett Ott. Does Casey.
Yeah, 14 inches of horizontal break on that last pitch. If you could locate that on the inside to left-handers, that's just a lethal pitch.
Brett Ott, out of Sacramento State, has walked and flown out. He takes a fastball for a strike. Ott stands at 6'1", majoring in criminal justice. Looking to bring the law to Bethesda on the 1-1. Tooled back into the netting. He's got 2 strikes on him.
Yeah, got to protect here with 2 strikes. It's paramount that Ott put a ball in play or can't go down with back-to-back strikeouts after having 2 runners on, nobody out.
And we were just talking about the necessity of moving the runner over in situations like this. You need Martinez to be at least at third after this at-bat ends. But Ott swings and misses. Casey finding favorable matchups against the Bethesda lefties in the middle of the lineup. Now faces Matthew Wesley.
And Wesley has reached in both of his first 2 at-bats. He doubled in the second, reached down an error in the fourth, but it was a hard ground ball that was tough to handle for the shortstop Rivera. So if there's anybody who's been swinging a good bat so far today, it's him. And he has the favorable righty-lefty matchup.
Sees the first pitch. It's high. One of 2 big train hitters to reach in every plate appearance. The other is Skoronski. 6 runners left on base. That's been the number of the game for Bethesda. Trying not to make it 8, Wesley waves at a fastball in the outer half. Casey comes set in the closed stance, kicks and fires. Can't command the breaking ball. Seen that a couple times when he's facing the righties. Just not able to get around the slider. Maybe a bit afraid of pulling it into the body of these right-handed hitters. High and over the stands for a foul ball.
Yeah, I know we mentioned it already, but just the hitting with 2 outs and with runners on, like the hits for the Grays have just all been coming with runners on, and Bethesda only pushing across 2 hits to the courtesy of 2 runs. It's just been whenever they've gotten runners on, it's either been a nice play by the Grays or a strikeout.
Casey leaves that one upstairs. He's hunting for his 3rd straight K.
Big at-bat here. Runners will be moving. Full count.
Pitch to Wesley. Runners go. High ball 4. And the bases are juiced for Jacob Hawk.
And massive at-bat coming up here for the Maryland catcher. Bases loaded. tying run sitting on deck. I know it's only the 5th, but you gotta. This at bat just has a feeling of if the big train are gonna come back in this one, you need a hit here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you need at least one more run in this inning, probably 2 to swing things further. First pitch from Casey is high, but with 2 walks issued in the inning and a hit by pitch from Colin Casey, I mean, it's walk or knock approach for Jacob Hawk.
I'd say so. Gotta be patient up there.
He swings and fouls it off his foot. No call. The throw pulls the first baseman, Nagy, off the bag. Everybody's safe. And the Grays look like they might go from arguing that that ball's in play to that ball is foul.
Yeah, that ball, I think, at least from our vantage point up here, hit the ankle of Jacob Hawk. And I'm pretty sure the Grays were happy to see that call missed. Then, wide throw at first. And this could be a huge call-up coming from our umpiring crew.
The boys in black are conferring to the right of the pitcher's mound. And they say fair ball. Everybody's safe, and the runner's going to score. Jacob Hawk's at first base. And Logan Ponnett trying to keep the line moving in a newly 7-3 ball game.
Yeah, that another little that feels like the first piece of luck that's really gone in the way of the big train. A nice little maybe fluky call on an air. Brings the tying run to the plate now.
Ponnett watches high. And credit goes to Hawk there for just beating it out of the box. He hustled down the line and forced a errant throw out of Casey.
Yeah, you can't just sit there and argue with the ump that it went off your ankle. If he calls it a fair ball, you got to run down there, and that it's just the little things like that that eventually get your runs across.
The 1-1 to Ponnett. Swinging a foul ball over the DC bullpen. Fly out, strikeout. 2 at-bats of the designated hitter Ponnett. The 28th pitch of the inning for Colin Casey is swung on and grounded towards second baseman Soon. He ships it over to first base in plenty of time. 2 runs come across for Bethesda, 1 earned on just 1 hit. They've carved into the lead, but still have 4 to go with 4 innings left to go. You're watching the Big Train Baseball Network alongside Quincy Bell. I'm Jackson Corcoran with Gibson Hurd as our producer engineer. New pitcher for the Big Train, it's Tyler Brashear, the right-hander sophomore from Pottstown, PA, replacing Jordan Capuano, who had a pretty workmanlike outing today, Quincy.
Yeah, he did. At 2 1/3, 3 runs, or 2 runs to his name. Not the greatest outing, but he did get out of a big jam in the third. If it wasn't for that, we could be sitting at a 10-3 game. So did his job for the most part. So now Brashear, rated as the number 30 player in Pennsylvania and 13th ranked right-handed pitcher back in 2024.
And he's a long-levered righty whose first pitch comes in at 90 miles an hour.
And we're sitting with the middle of the DC Grays order, 2, 3, and 4. So if we can get through a clean inning here, that'd be ideal, especially with the powerful hitters that are up right now.
Pitch like that helps Brashear. Gets Carter Jenkins to take strike 1. 2 for 3 is the Grays' third baseman. Righty on righty matchup. Brashear gets a swing and a miss. Back-to-back sliders, back-to-back strikes.
Yeah, 2,700 RPM spin rate there with almost 13 inches of horizontal break on that one.
That pitch sprinting away from the barrel of Jenkins. See if he goes back to it here. 1-2. He does, and just getting enough is Jenkins.
Yeah, that was a pretty perfectly located pitch down on the outer half. Good location currently from the sophomore.
Brashear comes set. Kicks and delivers. Swing and a foul ball. Made the first outing of his collegiate career against Coastal Carolina back on March the 8th. Threw 2/3 of a scoreless inning and then threw 1 scoreless against VCU. Didn't allow any base runners. A pitch off the back of Jenkins. Had him fishing and then allows him to reach first on the hit by pitch.
Yeah, hit by pitches are one thing. Hit by pitches with 2 strikes is just not something you want to see.
And that's just one that got away from Brashear there because the first 4 pitches of the at-bat, pretty pinpoint. Just lost it a bit. And it brings up Andy Rivera. Swing and a miss once again on the slide piece.
Yeah, that pitch has some movement, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is a 60-70 grade pitch at first blush on the 2080 scouting scale. It's a plus pitch. Goes back to it, check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did.
If he can locate it consistently throughout this season, he could really be a force coming out of this bullpen. The thing is just the location, because if you can consistently locate that pitch on the outer half to righties, you're going to get more outs than you do base runners.
The 0-2 on its way. Goes the slider again, grounded through the right side, backed up on him a bit. And shooting it for his second hit of the day is Rivera.
Yeah, I think Rivera may have just saw that pitch one too many times. He was able to stay back on that one and able to get the barrel out there and ground ball where there's no fielder.
And that's a nice piece of hitting. Just hit it where they ain't. Stays back on the ball and guides it through the right side of the infield. First and second, nobody out. So far today, 5 of the 6th innings have seen DC put the leadoff runner on. And 4 of them have seen the first 2 runners reach. Check swing foul by Ethan Nagy.
Yeah, I got the first 2 runners to reach in the first, the second, and the 4th. And now in the 6th.
Nagy 0 for 1 with a pair of sac flies. Brashear checks on his runners and drops in the breaker for a strike. Brashear really coming from behind these right-handed batters. Low arm slot can be tough to pick up for same-handed hitters, because it really looks like it's coming from your ear.
And he's leading off with a lot of off-speed pitches early in counts.
He'll go slider again. That's lifted down the right field line. Going back, Gonzalez. And he can't make the basket catch. That's going to be a foul ball.
That's a really tough play to make for a first baseman ranging back. I think you'd like to see the second baseman take that one. Wright had a long way to go. That's why he couldn't get there. But, I mean, just out of the reach there of Gonzalez.
That would have been one for the highlight reels from Gonzalez. Just trying to hold it in the bucket. Yeah, that's really a no man's land. Really tough play for Gonzalez. Skoronski has acres to go before he gets there. Same for Brennan Wright. And now, second life for Nagy. The pitch. Swinging a fly ball right field. Skoronski takes 2 steps back. He's camped, makes the grab. Runner tags at second. The throw. One hops in late.
I'll tell you, he's got a strong arm out there, though. I'm surprised that play was really even that close.
Yeah. Jenkins had absolutely no business even being challenged on that tag play, but there's a reason that they got Skoronski out and right. That's where you put your strongest outfield arm, and he's flashing one so far today.
And with Soong at the plate, a guy who's already struck out today, this now more than ever, I think, is when you'd really like to see a strikeout if you're a Big Train fan.
First pitch doesn't help him on that errand as it's high. But Ethan Nagy, he's been excellent, just moving runners around. 2 sac flies, and that F9 moves a runner over, even if it won't go as a sac fly in the book. Ryan Soong 1 for 3, backs away from the slider as it goes inside. Brashear holds the ball low in his right hand, zips it into his glove, and will throw 2-0 to the second baseman. Swing and a miss. Ties him up with the fastball.
And he's been coming with strikes so far. 12 strikes to only 4 balls so far.
Swing and a miss once again. He might have gotten a piece of it. One way or the other, it hits off the umpire, who will take a stroll as the Big Train will give poor fellow a moment.
Yeah, back to Brashear on the mound, though. That's now 13 strikes to only 4 balls, and the stuff has looked good. It's been located well. These only 2 base runners were from hit by pitch, first batter jitters, and then just an excuse-me ground ball single. He's 1 strike away from getting a strikeout and then having options on how to get out of this inning. But it is paramount, I think, with the late innings looming, that DC doesn't score another run here.
Trainer coming out to 10 to our home plate umpire. We'll step aside for a second on the Big Train Baseball Network. Immediately, umpire waves off the attentions of the Big Train trainer.
I don't think he gave him enough credit there. He's fine.
Yeah, I thought he was going to need a moment, but the old Warrior is right back in the thick of things. And he'll have to call a 2-2 pitch to Ryan Soong, with runners at first and third, 1 away. The pitch to him. Swing and a foul over the press box. And into the parking lot. Perhaps towards Quincy, where your car was before you moved it. You made the wise decision to back the car away from foul ball territory.
Yeah, I was a few minutes late to the pregame meeting, got stuck in some traffic, so I pulled up right to the entrance and then moved it back.
Wise decision. The slider is outside, and Hawk, probably a wise decision to hold on to that baseball as Rivera swipes second. So it is second and third. Tough task for Bashir here, trying to keep a scoreless inning. Sal Colangelo will bring the infield in for the 3-2. High ball 4. With first base open, they'll walk soon and bring up TJ Adanizio.
And with 1 out, I'd imagine that infield stays in to try to cut down the lead runner at home. It looks like the corners are playing in, but the middle infielders, Martinez and Wright, are going to stay back in double play depth.
And the double play depth also serves as sort of a halfway point. A hard enough ground ball where you don't really have a chance to turn to. Maybe you're ranging too far to your backhand. You can still go home. The pitch to the left-handed hitting Adanizio is high and away.
And Adanizio has been seeing the ball well. He does have a walk and a single, and he has a favorable lefty-righty matchup. Probably not going to get him with too many swings and misses on that sweeper coming in.
Yeah, and the thing about a low-slot pitcher like Brashear is that lefties can see it just a bit easier as that pitch is ball 2.
Yeah, you can see that there. He's trying to work away with the fastball, but just missing there so far. I'd imagine a lot of stuff you're going to see right now is going to be on the outside edge of the plate to really try to get a swing and a miss or a weak ground ball.
He's pounding the zone his first 3 batters. Walked Sung, and now is 2-0 to Adanizio, trying to work back in there. And does.
Yeah, that's a good fastball, elevated, a little bit above the zone, but it does draw a swing and miss from Adanizio, trying to be aggressive with the bases loaded and trying to get some runs in. I like the placement of that pitch.
Works out well for him. Now has to work back in the count against the center fielder. Goes with the changeup, and it's low and away. Oh, it caught the edge of the zone. Got the call there.
Our plate umpire's been pretty good today. That ball missed.
Yeah.
That probably should be 3-1 right now.
Based on our strike zone, that's about 6 inches outside. That's a rare miss. Like, our strike zone has really backed up what the umpire has said so far today. That pitch, though, definitely high. But yeah, I mean, having the TrackMan strike zone to look at and evaluate this umpire's performance, I've been pretty impressed. I haven't seen too many misses on a lot of close calls. He's gotten them right.
Yeah, it was really the only really obvious one so far.
Here's the payoff pitch. Strike 3 called. Got him looking. Big punch out for Bashir.
And that was in the same spot. That one also 4 inches off the plate there. I think Adanizio thought he had an RBI walk there.
But I think on that one, the credit goes to Hawk behind the plate. Received that ball really well, presented it to the umpire, framed it up on the outer half. And
if that was a strike the first time, it's going to be a strike the second time.
Bashir, a huge K, looking to repeat the trick against Isaac Ahakovi. First pitch to him is a ball.
And top of the big train order due up next, Wright, Corbin, and Martinez. So you'd really, really like to see an out here.
Bases are loaded, 2 outs. Pours it in at 90 miles an hour for a strike. Bashir kicks and fires. Ball 2. Covey has walked and been hit by 2 pitches. And now he's ahead in the count 2-1. That slider misses by inches.
Yeah, and if I'm Ahakovi here, I'm taking until I see another strike. With a walk, scoring a run, I need to see another pitch come to me.
He waggles the bat, bending down towards the ground, and he will take a pitch, and it will be ball 4. That's going to force in a run, and it makes the ball game 8-2 in favor of the visitors. Shear will see a mound visit from his catcher, Hawk. 2 walks and the last 3 batters faced from the righty.
Yeah, and every single time I feel like the Big Trade have been trying to get back in this game, but we've seen just a run or two in the following frame from the Grays. 2 runs last half inning for the Big Train, but already 1 home for DC. They haven't flinched. They just kept up a nice pace and rhythm in this game.
Yeah, these Grays hitters have been just seeing the ball well. Good approach up there at the dish as Eli Owens takes another ball. And Brashear's got that plus stuff, has a strikeout in the inning. Just has to fill the zone against the 8-hitter Owens most likely. Let the defense do the work for you. Pitch at 9:20 Eastern time is inside. Really have to keep it to 1 run here. 5-run lead is still a ball game. More than that starts to look gloomier and gloomier.
Yeah, it's paramount that no more runs cross in this inning for Bethesda.
Brashear stares in at Owens, looking to do that job. It's outside on a changeup.
Yeah, same spot, 3-1, probably taken to he gets us another strike across.
Joey Chitla waiting on deck, hoping he'll get a chance with the bases loaded. The 3-1 pitch, ball 4. 3 walks in the inning by Brashear, and it's 9-3. And we're going to see a mound visit from the coach there, and looks like we will see a pitching change. Brashear will be replaced, and we'll step aside here on the Big Train Baseball Network. Michael Devaney heading into the ball game, replacing Tyler Brashear, the right-handed reliever.
Yeah, just too many walks for Brashear. Hit by pitch and 3 walks. ultimately with a single has caused 2 runs to come around in this top half of the 6th. But another big damage control at bat for Davini, similar to what Capuano faced back in the 3rd.
Yeah, been putting guys into tough situations in their first outings this season with the big train. Davini out of Chester Springs, PA. Upcoming sophomore at Tulane University. Davini takes a breath, steps, and fires. That's pulled a little outside. Ball 1 to Joey Chitla. Davini majoring in real estate. Graduated magna cum laude at Dowington East High School.
Yeah, you got to have some pretty good grades to get into Tulane, even if you are an athlete.
That 1-0 is in there. And a fastball like that, riding up and running in, will help you get into Tulane too. Made 10 appearances for the Green Wave this year. Trading one shade of green for another this summer. The 1-1. Breaking ball misses. Davini's father, Mike, was a Division I collegiate swimmer for Marist. The Red Wolves, I believe. Delivers the 2-1. Swing and a spinny ball heads over towards the children's play place. Hopefully misses any children still over there.
I think you are right about Marist. I think they are the Red Wolves if I had to guess.
Red Foxes.
Oh, close, real close. We'll do better next time.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch to Joey Chitla. Swing and a miss. Davini strands, the bases loaded. And we're heading to the bottom of the 6th. 9-3 Grays.
All right, big train fans, it's time.
Colin Casey returns for a second inning of work as we're in the bottom of the 6th here at Shirley Povich Field. Brennan Wright, Parker Corbin, John Martinez, take to the plate for Bethesda.
Yeah, top of the order, chasing 6, but fourth time through the order. Could see something coming around here. This is a good chance to do it.
Brennan Wright trying to make something happen, squares the ball up and in, and a defensive bunt goes foul.
I do like the idea of trying to lay one down here because this Gray defense has been pretty solid all day. Maybe try to catch them off guard with something, just a little excuse me single to start off an inning. I don't think he'll go back to it here after already showing it, but we'll see.
He will take a swing, and he fouls it back. He's down 0-2.
Yeah, right. He's put the ball in play all 3 times, but 2 ground outs to second and a ground out to third.
Guy who hit .381 this spring, 74 hits, and Ofer is rare for the junior from Starkville. Swinging a chopper up the middle. He's gunning down the first base line, and he's going to beat it out. Won't draw a throw. Infield single for Brennan Wright.
And part of the reason that he had all those hits was the speed coming down the line. That, you know, maybe a big first baseman probably doesn't, maybe it doesn't beat that throw out, but some quick speed from Wright, and all it takes is one. I mean, the problem hasn't been getting runners on. This is now 5 innings in a row. Every inning since the second, the Big Train have gotten the leadoff man on. It's just been the timely hit hasn't been there.
Squaring and pulling back is Parker Corbin, but yeah, 9 runners left on base through 5 innings is not a recipe for anything but disappointment.
And Corbin also showing bunt there.
That'll bring the third baseman in on the grass. Corbin pulls back and hits it softly toward him. Throw will go to second base. Suing over to first, not in time. Corbin evades the double play. Here is John Martinez facing the lefty Casey.
And Martinez with a double and a walk today, as well as a stolen base. Has been a bright spot in the Bethesda order.
He swings and misses at a pitch on the outer half. Shortstop fluent in Spanish and cheers for the New York Yankees.
That's interesting that he's a Yankees fan, but his favorite player is Randy Rosarino. Kind of weird to have a divisional rival. Not a division rival anymore, but when he was with the Rays, he tore apart the Yankees, especially in that COVID season when they faced off in the playoffs.
I think Randy A is one of those. He's one of those guys who crosses boundaries a bit. He's just a fun guy to watch play baseball.
I love him. I love him too. I can't lie.
A little less fun for me, as someone who knows that the Cardinals could have held on to him. The 0-2 to Martinez. Check swing. Did he go? He's rung up. Strikeout swinging. And after the leadoff single by Wright, 2 quick outs brings up Josh Skaronski.
Just a non-competitive swing there from Martinez. He didn't like the check swing call, but at the end of the day, it was a decent pitch, upper part of the zone, and a big strikeout there from Casey, who's working in his second inning after giving up those 2 runs in the 5th an inning ago.
Casey facing the lefty Skaronski, who he walked last inning. Skaronski has been issued 3 bases on balls in 3 plate appearances. The ever-sought 0-for-0 day.
I'll take an 0-for-0 day with 4 walks. An 0-for-0 day is also a 1,000 on base percentage.
That is a really nice pitch from Casey, who's trying to avoid the 1,000 base percentage of Josh Skaronski. The 1-1 to him. Paints the corner. Colin Casey hit the first batter, gave up a double, and has worked through some trouble since then. Stranded the bases loaded. Has so far worked around a leadoff single. Trying to put up a clean frame here in the bottom of the 6th. That one is low.
Yeah, it's just the bevy of lefties that the Grays have been putting out. I mean, give credit to them. They've been doing a good job, especially when the Big Train have 3 lefties back to back to back in the middle of their order.
Deuce is wild. The pitch to Skaronski is low. And another deep count for the cleanup hitter.
Hard for me to critique a manager who has 11 Cal Ripken World Series titles. I'm not a big fan of the 3 lefties in a row. I just think you leave yourself prone to a lot of matchup issues if you do that. So I don't know if Coach Sal's going to do that down the road.
But it's also 2 guys in Skaronski and Gonzalez who are 2 of your better hitters. But it's something you have to consider. Ground ball towards second base. Soon Fields throws and retires Josh Skaronski. 1 hit, 1 runner left on. We're going to the 7th. Quincy Bell will tell you all about it when we return.
The late innings are set to start here from Bethesda, Maryland. It's been a rough first 2/3 of this game for the Big Train. They trail the DC Grays 9-3. Quincy Bell alongside Jackson Corcoran. Gibson Hurt in the room next door, taking care of all the technical engineering, manning the scoreboard and switching the cameras. Doing a great job as always. Top of the order set to come up for the DC Grays, Rivera, Jenkins, and then Andy Rivera. The first batter, Noel Rivera, pulls back a bunt and takes for a ball.
And you talked about this earlier, Quincy, but when the catcher drops the ball, it's hard to call it a strike. That pitch down the pipe, but doesn't get the call since it clicked off the glove of Hawk.
Yeah, I think may got crossed, especially with showing a bunt. You can get pretty crossed up as an umpire. 1-0. Down and away. But, like, that's a pitch where, like, you see it and you're like, how could he possibly call that a ball? As someone who's umpired before, that's not the easiest pitch to call when you just have a bunch of things moving in front of you and you're trying to focus on a little white ball. 2-0 from Michael Deviney, misses outside, and he's behind in the count 3-0.
And need Deviney to battle back here. 7 walks issued by the Big Train so far. Deviney trying not to add to that total.
3-0, trying not to make it 8. Fastball catches the inner half for a strike. Rivera has had a solid day today, a hit by pitch, a single to his record. He has also scored 2 runs. He's ahead in the count 3-1. Swings and fouls one back straight into the net. And Deviney has battled back from a 3-0 count and has made it full. Carter Jenkins waits on deck. He has 2 hits to his record today. Deviney trying to make sure he doesn't have a runner on base. Kick and the payoff pitch. Flied foul and straight back over the net and into the parking lot.
You know, one thing about the Grays lineup today, they've been hitting well, but they haven't found an extra base hit yet. It's been a singles parade, and they've been taking advantage of walks. And that's still a recipe for success if you're able to string them together like they have.
Another payoff from Deviney. Grounded over to third. Corbin is up with it. Strong throw across the diamond just in time to get a speedy Rivera for the first out.
Retiring the leadoff batter. That's something that Bethesda hasn't done all the time today. But when they've picked up outs early in innings, shock and surprise, they've put up clean innings.
Yeah, of the 7 innings so far, 3 of them have resulted in a leadoff out, 4 of them resulting in a leadoff runner. Carter Jenkins now steps to the plate. The Nichols State product awaits the first pitch from Deviney. It's a slider that catches the inner half for a strike.
Junior out of Branson, Missouri. That's my neck of the woods. That's where Missourians head down to have some fun, blow off some steam, hit Table Rock Lake, or some of the oodles of entertainment in downtown Branson.
Table Rock Lake. You're going to have to tell me maybe a little more about that as that pitch misses low. That's just an odd name to me.
I guess there's a Table Rock nearby. But
like a table made out of rock?
You know, I'm really not sure.
1-1 the count to Carter Jenkins. Deviney kicks and fires. Fastball at 88 catches the outer half for a strike. Over the top motion here from Deviney. Most of the movement is coming on the vertical end. Ahead in the count against Jenkins, looking for 2 straight outs to start the 7th. Fouled way deep into the trees. And the count will remain at 1-2.
But you can see on that pitch, that's exactly what a pitcher like Deviney wants to do. With that over-the-top motion, fastball at the top of the zone is especially hard to hit because it just looks like it stays up from the batter's perspective.
Deviney takes a deep breath, now comes set. 1-2 again. That ball way upstairs, and the count now even at 2-2.
You see again, that's the idea, but that misses by too much to draw the eye of Jenkins.
2-2. Deviney trying not to lose the number 2 hitter. Into the windup again. 2-2. Taken just beneath the zone for a ball. That one was close, but our 3D strike zone on TrackMan says it just missed.
Yeah, and that's an impressive take by Jenkins. A 2-2 count, just low, but able to lay off and fight another day.
The count has now run full to Jenkins. Deviney delivers. Line drive into right field. Giving chase is Skaronski, but it falls just in front of him down the line for a single. That's the 9th hit of the day for the DC Grays, all of which have been single base hits.
3 of those singles from Carter Jenkins, who's stroking the ball well today. 3 for 4 with 2 runs scored.
9 runs on 9 hits, 2 errors for the Grays. 3 runs on 3 hits, 1 error for the Big Train. That'll bring Andy Rivera up to the plate. He has singles in his last 2 at-bats in the 4th and the 6th. Jenkins has a lead off of first. Deviney kicks and fires. Slider catches the high outside corner for a strike. Deviney ended his high school career with 134 total strikeouts and a career ERA of 1.35 over in Chester Springs, Pennsylvania. 0-1 is a fastball that misses outside. He was a preseason second-team All-American out of high school. And he also aided his team to a district championship. Just finished up his freshman year at Tulane. 1-1, swing and a miss by Rivera. And again, Deviney ahead in the count 1-2. He's thrown 13 strikes so far to 9 balls. Runner on first, 1 out. Grays lead by 6. Deviney fires the 1-2. Fastball just misses. Two to the count. Jenkins still over there at first. Deviney checks him, now comes set. Comes with the 2-2. Fly ball in the air to center field. Ott backpedaling, has a beat on it, and will make the can of corn catch for out number 2.
Davini, he's been in and around the zone, no walks yet. Only Capuano can share that with him among Big Train pitchers today.
Ethan Nagy will now step in, and he is the only gray hitter who has yet to reach base today. He has 2 sacrifice flies, and then a 3rd fly out and a strikeout today. So he's hit the ball well, but has yet to make it to first. First pitch from Davini. Curveball misses outside.
I think you'd be hard-pressed to complain from a Gray's perspective about the performance of Nagy today. I mean, he's a cleanup hitter, and he's cleaned up. 2 sac fly RBIs.
You'll take a multiple RBI day.
Absolutely.
Any game. Strong lead at first for Jenkins. Davini delivers fly ball into center. Once again has a beat on it, and he will make the catch. That's 4 flyouts for Nagy. We'll head to the bottom half of the 7th. Big Train down 9-3.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get on your feet. It's time to stretch. Now batting for the Big Train, number 45, Emilio Gonzalez.
Seventh inning stretch is over with here at Shirley Povich Field as the skies continue to get darker and darker. We're into the bottom half of the 7th where Emilio Gonzalez will lead things off for the Big Train. He takes the first pitch from Colin Casey upstairs for a ball. Casey now in his 3rd inning of work, gave up 2 runs in the 5th, but pitched a clean 6th. Kick and the 1-0. Gonzalez takes downstairs.
Gonzalez, obviously just 3 plate appearances in the season, but looking to get right on the day at least.
Gonzalez playing first base today, but he also plays a little bit of outfield. Coming out of Florida Atlantic. 2-0 to him. Fouls one back.
He saw that fastball center cut, and he tried to uncork on it just a bit under.
Five, 6, and 7 due up for Bethesda this inning. Game not over yet, but you'd like to see a crooked number be put up this inning. 2-1 gets away. And the count is now 3-1 to Emilio Gonzalez.
Gonzalez was AAC all-freshman team in his first campaign with the Owls back in 2024.
Second on the team with 38 RBIs and had at least 1 RBI in 9 of the first 12 games. Although he's been held quiet today in his first game of year 2 on the Big Train. He takes inside, and he will reach base for the first time today with a walk.
leadoff hitters have performed well for Bethesda today. It's been, again, getting them in.
That's 6 innings in a row where the leadoff man has reached. The only inning where the Big Train weren't able to get the leadoff runner on was bottom half of the first. Brett Ott will step in. He walked, came around to score the first run of the game for the Big Train. He has also flown out and struck out today. We'll see if he can push the line across here for Bethesda. Casey comes set. First pitch, upstairs. Casey maybe losing a little bit of velocity in his third inning of work. The fastball was sitting at around 88, 87. That last one at 83. One 83 again, but this ball perfectly on the outer edge for a strike.
Colin Casey looked shaky as soon as he entered this game, but has really settled in and is putting in a nice shift.
It was Brady Myers for 3 innings, gave up 1 run. It was Dean Kira for 1 inning. It was a clean inning. And then Casey with 2 runs allowed in the 5th, but a clean 6th and hoping for a clean 7th. He's behind in the count 2-1 to Brett Ott. Gonzalez over there at first with nobody out. Trying to win this lefty-lefty battle. 2-1. Swings and drives one into right field, and it's through for a base hit. Gonzalez thought about going for third, but he will stay as the Big Train get hit number 4 on the night.
That's a good piece of hitting by Ott there. Just saw the pitch up and got the barrel to it, shooting it through the right side.
Yeah, he did not let that middle fastball get by him, that's for sure. So the first 2 runners have reached, and now Matthew Wesley will step in. He has reached base in all 3 at-bats, although one of them was because of an error. Has a favorable righty-lefty matchup. First pitch from Casey is a fastball that misses high and away. The story of this game for the Big Train has been a lack of hits with 2 outs or with runners on. But a flip in that trend could get them back into the game this inning. 2-0, Wesley's ahead on the count.
You know, from here it's a bloop and a bloop and a bloop and a blast, and it's a tie game.
Colin Casey delivers the 2-0. It's a fastball that just catches the outer half for a strike.
When you're able to put a pitch in that spot in a 2-0 count, it's a huge boon for you as a pitcher. So when you don't have to just toss it over the middle of the dish, you're able to saw off the black there. There's no swing coming.
2-1. Wesley pops one foul into the net. The count's now even. Hawk waits on deck. Wesley has had the hot bat today. Probably the guy you want up with runners on.
Has one of the 2 extra base hits in today's ball game.
Casey sitting at just under 70 pitches. 2-2. Fastball misses way upstairs. Covey had to jump out of his stance to get that one, and now the count is run full. Casey has let the control miss a little bit. He's thrown 29 strikes to 27 balls. Full count on Matthew Wesley. Casey misses outside, and the bases are loaded with nobody out for the Big Train.
And we were talking in between the innings there, Quincy. It's crooked number time, and this is a recipe for one. Bases loaded and nobody out.
I think at minimum to get back in this game, these 3 guys on base have to score.
I would agree with you. With just 2 more turns at bat after this one, you need at least 3 in this inning to consider yourself having a shot.
The 8-hole hitter, Jacob Hawk, steps in and takes upstairs. Casey, we said he's starting to lose a bit of control. He'll have a meeting with his pitching coach. And this might be where, and it looks like his day is going to be over. There are 2 guys warming up in the pen for the Grays, and I'd imagine one of them is going to be coming out here. But it's Walker hit time. You got to be patient in these at-bats when you're trailing a bunch of runs, because the primary goal is just getting guys on. And Gonzalez, Ott, and Wesley have done a good job of that to start the inning. And it looks like they are going to keep Casey out there. I thought I saw him hand the ball to his coach, but they will keep him out there.
And the coach did shoot a glance out towards his bullpen expectantly, but maybe not ready yet, or just showing a bit of trust in your left-hander, Casey.
We'll see if Hawk makes him pay. 1-0, misses outside. It's now 2-0. Ahead in the count is Hawk. Probably not eager to swing here. 2-0. He takes low. That one barely missed, just below the zone. 3-0 now on Hawk. And I'd say he has the red light here, Jackson.
Oh, I'd agree with you. And I think Hawk has done a good job following the approach you laid out. Just take till you get one that is absolutely grooved.
3-0. He does get one. And now at 3-1, I'm still probably taken, but if you see a really good middle fastball, attack it.
Yeah, I think it's got to be you box it up in the tiniest box, the pitch you want more than anything.
3-1, taken up and in for a strike.
And I don't hate that take because I don't think that was the pitch that Hawk wanted.
I think if you get a swing there, it's probably a pop-up or something. Like, I don't think that's not a pitch to do a lot of damage with. Full count payoff, fouled away. Hawk and Casey locked in a battle here with the bases loaded and nobody out. The Big Train have already stranded 9 runners today through the first 6 innings. Trying to cash in these first 3 base runners with nobody out. Another payoff. Hawk takes outside, and he has an RBI walk. Emilio Gonzalez will cross, and it's 9-4.
And that is a great team at bat by Jacob Hawk. I mean, it's so tempting, bases loaded, to play hero ball, but Hawk took a couple pitches that weren't in his wheelhouse, fouled one off, and then worked an RBI walk.
So now you don't want to look too far ahead, but the tying run is on deck for the Big Train with nobody out. Logan Ponnett steps in, 0 for 3 today, looking to put his stamp on this game. He takes high as Casey continues to struggle with command a little bit. 3 walks and a single in this inning so far.
And Casey, he walked about a batter an inning at Randolph-Macon this year. Had the stuff to escape some jams, but he's been out and around the zone throughout his college career.
That fastball catches the outer half at 84 miles an hour. The Grays' pen has been very active in this inning. A lefty and a righty are down there throwing. 1-1, big swing and a miss from Ponnett. And he's behind in the count 1-2. The Grays infield not playing too far up, content to take it out anywhere with the 5-run lead. The goal is not to get the runner coming to the plate. 1-2, called, strike 3. Nice bounce back at bat there from Casey. So there will now be 1 out with the bases loaded, and on the top of the order will come up for the Big Train with Brennan Wright stepping in.
And that's a huge out. Bases loaded, no outs. Something has to be productive there, but it's a well-located pitch that gets Ponnett looking.
Wright with the lefty-lefty matchup against Casey. First pitch to him, grounded foul. He was able to get a single off of Casey in his last at-bat. A little bouncing single up the middle. Oh, the count to him. Casey comes set. Kicks and fires. Curveball misses high.
And right on his swings has been a little on top of the ball today, and that's a danger of a line drive, find a gap hitter like Wright. When you're just a little off, you're going to beat the ball into the ground more than you would otherwise. But he'll get right soon.
1-1. Upstairs again.
I mean, there's a reason that you have the JUCO kid leading off in front of all these, Power 5 FAU players. It's because he can hit the heck out of a baseball.
2-1. Misses inside. He reminds me a lot of Nico Horner, sort of a single type hitter, strong defender at second base, quick speed. He's not going to try to do too much at the plate. He knows when to get his singles. He's a strong hitter, and he's ahead of the count 3-1. Takes high and inside. That's another RBI walk. And now the tying run will step to the plate in the form of Parker Corbin with only one out in the bottom half of the seventh.
And really the only way the Big Trend could have gotten back in this game is a series of walks, and that's what the Grays have handed them, and we'll see a new arm.
They've seen enough out of Colin Casey. We'll tell you about the new pitcher next. Big Train in the midst of a rally.
Now pitching for the Braves, number 11, Andrew Ruggieri.
Andrew Ruggieri, the lefty, will be the new pitcher on the mound for the DC Grays after Colin Casey threw 2 1/3 innings. Has 3 runners charged to him currently on the bases. First pitch from Ruggieri is on the inner half for a strike to Parker Corbin. A lot of lefties in this Big Train order, and this is the 3rd left-handed pitcher they've seen from the Grays. They've been clawing away at this lead for the majority of this game. Swing and a miss by Corbin. He's behind in the count 0-2. But for the first time in a really long time, the tying run is up at the plate for the Big Train with only 1 out. Ruggieri kicks and delivers. Down below the zone. Two and 1. the count on Corbin. Only one out. Wesley at third. Hawk at second. Wright at first. 2-1. Just misses outside.
Yeah, that's a great layoff by Corbin there. Facing a lefty, that pitch is all the more tempting, but leaves it be about 3 inches off the outer half.
4 walks in the inning for the Big Train. They've been putting up some patient and disciplined at-bats. 3-1. Swinging a high fly ball into shallow right. 2 players going back on it, but coming in to make the catches. Owens tagging from third and scoring with the head first dive is Matthew Wesley. Going up to third is Hawk. And the Big Train draw a little bit closer. It's now 9-6.
And that's a daring send. That ball so shallow out there in right field. But the speedy Wesley beats the wrap at the plate. A great slide as well, getting under a swipe tag attempt from Ahakovi.
And heads up from Hawk, able to get up to third. When you're chasing 4 runs, you got to take your chances. So I do like the send. Wesley has some speed at third, and that was a really good slide, sliding with the left hand on the outside half of the plate. Able to score there and get this down to a 3-run game.
And, you know, we agreed we needed these players that loaded the base with no out to score, and they have.
Swing and a miss by John Martinez, who represents the tying run still. And the Big Train do still have, after this, 2 more innings to work to try to get those other 3 runs. Right over there at first with a decent lead, as Martinez takes down and in for a ball. Ruggieri trying to get out of this inning for the Grays and keep this lead that they've earned so far in this game. 1-1 to Martinez. Big swing and a miss on a slow curve at 68 miles an hour. Had Martinez fooled.
We've talked about just the change of pace that some of these Grays arms have brought. I mean, it's kept the Big Train offense off balance. Only 4 hits all day.
1-2, Ruggieri comes set. Kicks and delivers. Runner goes. High and in was the pitch. Wright will take second on the defensive indifference. So now 2 in scoring position and a base hit would make this a 1-run game. Martinez with an even count at 2-2. 2 out, bottom half of the second, or of the 7th. Ruggieri kicks and delivers. Curveball misses high. And the count is now full for Martinez. They do have a base to put him at, but you risk bringing Josh Skoronski up with the bases loaded. Probably the last guy the Grays would want to see. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Martinez down on the fastball, but the Big Train do get 3 runs back. They trail 9-6 heading to the 8th.
The Chicago Cubs National Park game 3 set. Nationals beat the Cubs 2-0. Cubs scored in 7 days and Ahmed Mazaro
The Big Train have made this a ball game here in the late innings. The lead is 9-6 in favor of the DC Grays as we head into the top half of the eighth. New pitcher to tell you about for the Big Train is Michael Madigan out of Syracuse, New York. He just finished up his freshman year at George Mason University, where he was pretty solid, putting up a .65 ERA in only 5 2/3 innings, but 5 2/3 quality innings. Michael Devaney's day is over. 1 1/3 innings out of him, only 1 hit, no runs, and 1 strikeout. Exactly what the Big Train needed to halt this DC Grays offense. Ryan Soom will be the first hitter that Madigan faces. First pitch at 87 misses high.
Southpaw Madigan will have to face righty, lefty, righty. And soon out of the Itzio Nahakovi.
1-0. Taken on the upper half for a strike. Fastball sitting at around 88, 87.
From the left side, that'll play.
1-1 misses outside.
Especially if you're able to mix in a wrinkle, throw a changeup from that side of the plate, it cause batters a lot of trouble.
2-1. Just misses high. Hawk wanted an appeal to the first base umpire. He'll get one, but no swing. So 3-1 to Soom. Kick and the fire. Swing and a miss. 87 miles an hour on the upper half. The count is now full to the Grays' second baseman.
Madigan looking to retire the Grays leadoff hitter for the second inning in a row. That's portended well for the Big Train today.
Payoff. Fouled straight back. Yeah, and they haven't allowed a run in an inning where they've gotten the leadoff man out. And again, trying not to lose soon as he delivers another payoff. Popped up in the air down the right field line. Skoronsky giving chase, loses the hat, but makes the catch in foul ground for the first out.
Good read by Skoronsky. Just got a good jump on the ball, covered it quickly, and made the grab in foul territory.
Yeah, he is a pretty strong defender out there. We've seen some impressive throws. He hasn't gunned anyone down yet, but some strong throws and have made some plays a lot closer than I thought they would have been. That'll bring Edinizio up to the plate. Lefty-lefty matchup for Madigan. First pitch is swung on and missed for a strike.
And that's a hard breaking ball, maybe more of a cutter, but got a lot on it.
Yeah, that ball only came in at 82. A few miles an hour slower. This ball driven out to center. Ott has a beat on it and will settle under it to make the catch for a second. Yeah, that last pitch, 2 straight pitches coming in at 82 and 81 after the 2 fastballs came in at 88 and 87. So I'd imagine that's probably a fastball variant, most likely a cutter.
It had some zip on it, but took off a little bit away from the left-handed batters.
Isaac Ahakovi steps in. First pitch to him is low. He has reached in all 4 at-bats. He also has an 0 for 0 day. 2 hit by pitches and 2 walks to his name. He's ahead of the count 1-0 against Madigan. Fouled back into the net. Ahakovi has done a pretty solid job behind the plate for the Grays. He's not allowed too many fastballs, if any that I can really remember with runners on. 1-1 from Madigan. Swing and a miss. Big Train 1 strike away from a 1-2-3 inning and getting this game back into the hands of their offense. They put up 3 runs in the bottom half of the 7th. They could look to tie it up in the 8th. 1-2. Misses outside.
Going with the changeup there, back-to-back pitches. First one got a big swing and miss from Ahakovi. Second one, a little too far to draw the eye of the backstop.
2-2. Madigan delivers. Fastball misses high, and the count is full on the Grays catcher.
Again, looking to put up one of the quickest innings of a big train pitcher today. Would be the first 1-2-3 inning.
Payoff. Fouled straight back. And the closest they've had to a 1-2-3 inning was in the 5th. Covey led off that inning with a hit by pitch, but then 2 strikeouts and a flyout.
That was thrown by Capuano.
Covey putting up a pretty nice battle here. 3rd straight payoff pitch. Misses down and away, and he earns himself a walk.
Boy, how about the day for Isaac Covey? 2 hit by pitches and 3 walks.
Nice 0 for 0 there with 1,000 on base percentage.
Just finding a way on base.
Eli Owens will now step in. Another lefty-lefty matchup for Madigan. First pitch is the fastball that looked a little bit inside, but called a strike by our plate umpire.
Covey, the Kailua, Hawaii native. Having a nice day at the plate. He's at first now.
That ball runs inside and is going to hit Eli Owens. So the Grays threatening after 2 quick outs. Now the 9-hitter Joey Chitla will step in. But Hawaii has produced their fair share of MLB talent. I know the University of Hawaii normally puts together a pretty strong club. And in the Little League World Series, they're normally one of the better teams. First pitch to Chitla misses high.
Well, they have talent from the islands. Got my personal favorite, Colton Wong. What a defensive second baseman he was. Just recently retired.
1-0. Misses just high and inside for a ball. I got to cover the Cal Ripken World Series for the 10U division in Crown Point, Indiana, and there were 2 teams, one from Oahu, Hawaii, one from Manoa, Hawaii, and both of them made it to the final 8 teams. 2-0, catches the outer half for a strike.
It's that warm weather. You can play baseball all year round.
Well, Japan is they love baseball out there, and most people in Hawaii are of some sort of Japanese descent. 2-1. Over the plate for strike 2. But the fans that because they brought a lot of fans with them from Hawaii, and they had the flags, they had the outfits, they had the shirts, they had it all. I love the vibe that they brought. 2-2. Runs inside on Chitla. The count is now full after 2 quick flyouts from Sung and Edenicio. Covey reaches on a walk, and Owens reaches on the hit by pitch. Trying not to make it 3 straight here with Chitla. Madigan peers in, looking for his sign. Still looking in. Now he has it, comes set, and I believe we're going to get some sort of violation from our base umpire.
Pitch clock.
I think it's a pitch clock violation. So that'll go in the books as a walk for Chitla. There's no clock out on the scoreboard counting a pitch clock, but I'd imagine the base umpire just kind of like a basketball ref, just 1, 2. And I guess Madigan took too long, and now the bases are loaded for Noel Rivera. This inning has quickly turned dangerous after we were talking about a potential first 1-2-3 inning for the Big Train. Rivera in for his 6th at bat, drives one through into the outfield for a base hit. 1 run is in. Now the throw goes to 3rd, and diving in safely is Chitla. 2 runners cross, and that's 11-6 Grays.
That is a big-time hit from Rivera. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, Quincy, but every time Bethesda has wormed their way back into this game, the Grays have punched right back And they do here a 2-out rally and 2 runs.
That's a killer there. 2 outs, 3 straight walks, and a single. Just gut-wrenching there for the Big Train after they were just about to get back in this game. Now Carter Jenkins looking to add on. He takes high.
If you're going into the bottom of the 8th in a 3-run game, you're thinking you're right there. You're seeing the ball well these last 2 innings. You're pushing some runs across, but now going down 5 at the minimum, it's a tougher row to hoe.
1-0. Jenkins takes high.
Played a lot of baseball today. We've already gone through 3 hours and 15 minutes played with more than an inning and a half to go.
2-0, Jenkins ahead in the count. He does not attack, he takes outside. And now it's 3-0. It's gone from bad to worse in this inning for the Big Train after the 2 quick outs. They're in danger of loading the bases for Andy Rivera, the 3-hitter. Jenkins takes a strike right down Broadway, and it's 3-1.
3 passes again that have haunted the Big Train throughout the contest.
3-1, popped up in the air on the infield. Gonzalez over at first, says he has it, and he does. 2 runs will cross for the Grays. They increase their lead to 11-6.
For the short run, we're on the count with the senior collegiate baseball league. Going to the field. In the top of the 7th, Alexander and Schultz are tied at 6. West Florida the finals. And Rivers the 7, and South Florida the 7 was 9.
Two runs in the top half of the 8th for the DC Grays have made this an 11-6 ball game, just as the Big Train pushed across 3 runs in the 7th. They cut the lead to 3, but the Grays with a big response, pushing 2 more across, and instead of chasing 3, they're chasing 5. Skaronski will lead it off. He's had 3 walks and a ground out today. He takes the first pitch down and in from Andrew Ruggieri, who got out of the last inning pretty clean.
It came in with 3 inherited runners, allowed just one of them to score. That's good work.
That ball runs inside and it hits Skaronski. He now has a hit by pitch to add to his 3 walks. And even with this still being a 5-run game after the runs, the Big Train, I think they've been seeing the ball a lot better. They've been taking their fair share of walks. They've had a few timely hits. Ultimately, when you're getting into at-bat 5, 6, you're more accustomed. The jitters are out of the way, and you can settle in and just focus on the pitcher. First pitch from Ruggieri is fouled away by Emilio Gonzalez.
There's a whole host of different challenges that come with playing summer ball. You can come from 2 different places. You know, if you're a guy at a Power 5 school and you're a young guy, you might not have played much in the spring. And if you're an older guy, you might have played a ton. And so coming to this first summer league game. It's a lot of different challenges you got to work your way through.
0-1 to Gonzalez. Slider catches the inside part of the zone. Gonzalez doesn't like it. Our trackman said that was just about there. But he's behind in the count 0-2. Skoronski with a strong lead at first. Gary set. Picks off to first, but Skoronski back.
Skoronski reads the lefty move well. Doesn't trouble him too much over there at first.
Gonzalez looking to battle back, down 0-2. Gary set. Kicks and fires. Fouled away. Still 6 outs to work with for the Big Train. Trying to put on a show for the fans who have stuck around for this one. Gonzalez, the FAU Owl, still down 0-2. Takes a slider outside at 68. 17 inches of horizontal break there from Ruggieri, the UPenn junior from McLean, Virginia. He's got some strong stuff from the left side of the mound. 1-2. Gonzalez fouls one back. Mentioned that the Big Train have not lost an opening day game since 2013, but they're in danger of dropping game 1 to the Grays tonight.
That's a tall task. You need about a run and out over those last 2 innings.
1-2 still. Gonzalez has been putting up a battle here behind in the count. Ruggieri bounces one and it gets away. Up to second is Skoronski.
Just move the cart along at this point in the game. Take the free base. Move him over here from Gonzalez.
You mentioned the struggles of summer ball. The Big Train players didn't get in until Wednesday. They've only been here for 1 week. A few of those practices and exhibition games got rained out. 2-2. Driven deep out into right field, giving chases Owens, and it falls in front of him for a base hit, and it gets past him. Scoring is Skoronski. Up to second with a double is Gonzalez.
Keep the line moving. Gonzalez goes down to find a pitch at the bottom of the zone, loops it into right field. Just put the barrel near the baseball and good things happen.
What I was talking about before that double was the players arrived on Wednesday and they were supposed to have a practice, but it got rained out. Practiced on Thursday. Friday was supposed to be an exhibition game. They played a half inning, then the game got rained out. Saturday was supposed to be an exhibition game, also got rained out. So they've had 3 days of practice, really. 4 days of practice in a week since getting here. Now, every team is facing those challenges, but it's not easy to just kind of form a team in the middle of the summer.
No, it's really not. And, you know, that's doubled by the fact that they're in it now. There's not really off days. You got 1 off day a week over the next 2 months.
Brett Ott takes inside. The upcoming schedule for the Big Train: tomorrow they will be at the Olney Crop Dusters, then on the road against the Silver Spring Thunderbolts, and then on the road against the Gaithersburg Giants before they have a 10 a.m. home game on Sunday against the Southern County Braves. Swing and a miss by Ott on a 69-mile-an-hour curveball. So 3 straight road games and then a Sunday home game. 1-2 the count on Ott. Big Train chasing 4 runs. It's 11-7. Kick and the fire. Slider misses down and away, and the count now even at 2-2 to Ott. Gonzalez on second after his double. Skoronski has scored in this inning off the hit by pitch that got him on. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Gary comes with the fastball, and Ott couldn't catch up.
And Ott now is twice struck out against left-handed pitching. Got a single, though, against Casey last inning.
Wesley now steps in. He has a double and 2 walks today as he digs in for his 5th at-bat. Gary bounces one and it gets away again. Up to third is Gonzalez.
Keep taking advantage. Take what they're giving to you. Got a guy at third, just 1 out. Bring him in and just keep the line moving. Next guy up.
11 runs on 10 hits, 2 errors for the Grays. 7 runs on 5 hits, 1 error for the Big Train. 2-0 the count on Wesley. Gary comes set to the belt and fires the 2-0, misses down and in. The count's 3-0.
You got Hawk on deck, who's put the ball in play 3 of the 4 times he's been up to the dish. Get him up with a runner at third, 1 out. Good chance of bringing him in.
3-0. Nice frame there by Covey. Brought that ball back into the zone for a strike.
That's a bit of the 3-0 buffer at the zone gets just from umpire at just about every level of baseball.
Yeah, you're going to see a little bit larger of a zone on 3-0. 3-1, misses high. And I think you also see that on an 0-2 count. You see a lot of not as big strikes. If it's close, it's most likely more. But Wesley does eventually draw the walk. And now Jacob Hawk will step in. Runners on the corners as the Big Train look to continue battling back in this game. They started the game down 7-1, but they've spent the whole game chipping away, pushed across 2 runs in the 5th and 3 runs in the 7th. 1 already home here in the 8th, and they're looking to add more. Two pitchers are warming up in the gray pen, a lefty and a righty. And we will see a change. Gary's night is over after exactly 1 inning pitched. We'll have coverage next with a new pitcher. Grays lead it 11-7. New pitcher to tell you about is Jay Saflarski, a 6'1" right-hander from Lock Haven University, a sophomore out of Greencastle, Pennsylvania. He has a pressure situation upcoming. Runners on the corners for the big train. And 1 out as Jacob Hawk steps to the plate. First pitch, fastball at 84, misses down and away.
A lot of mid-inning hooks in this game, putting pitchers right in the pressure cooker on opening night.
Yeah. For the big train, we got 2.2 innings, 2.1 innings, 0.2 innings, 1.1 innings. Ball fouled away. Brady Myers went 3 innings, gave up 1 run. Also a Lock Haven University product. Dean Kira went 1 inning, no runs. Colin Casey, 2 1/3 innings with 5 runs. And Ruggieri just went 1 inning, but it was across 2 different innings. And now with 1 out, it's Saflarski who gets the nod. Hawk awaits a 1-1. Takes it low in the dirt. Runner off for second is Wesley, and he'll get there.
That's a great read by Wesley there. Hopped in the dirt, blocked well by the catcher Alcovi, but Wesley just saw it low and took off.
Hawk could get 2 runs back with a single. 2 are in scoring position. 2-1 misses high. And a walk would bring the tying run up to the plate for the 2nd straight inning. Big Train trailed this game 7-1 in the 4th, and they've been chipping away ever since. 3-1 from Saflarski is inside. Hawk takes the walk. Logan Ponnet will step in as the tying run.
Ducks have been all over the pond for Bethesda today. On another great chance. He struck out looking with the bases loaded last inning.
Through 7 innings, 13 runners left on base for the Big Train. Just about 2 per inning. Swing and a miss by Ponnet. He struggled today. A fly out, a ground out, and 2 strikeouts, but no time like the present to put your stamp on this game. 0-1 from Saflarski. Takes high. Gonzalez on third, Wesley at second, Hawk at first. Saflarski into the windup for the 1-1. Ball gets away. It's called a strike. Not able to advance from third, Gonzalez.
He thought about it. You saw him jittering on down the base pass there a little bit, but smart call to stay put.
And not the time to try to test that. 1-2 on Ponnet. Saflarski taking his time, now comes to the plate. High and outside at 87. Count now even at 2-2.
Just got to work it here a bit if you're Ponnet. Need to find a way on. Base hit or ball 4.
2-2. Bounces, good block there by Covey. Did not let that ball get to the backstop, but the count is now full on Ponnet.
That's a really nice block there behind the plate. Tough one to smother and kept it close too. We've seen Gonzalez has an itchy trigger finger over at third. Doesn't have to go all the way to the backstop to get him running.
Bases loaded, 1 out. Saflarski has his sign. Into the windup for the payoff. Driven deep in the air, down the line and left. This ball is gone. It's fair, and we're tied at 11. The 9-hitter Logan Ponnet has tied it.
Boy, oh boy, what an at bat. What a swing by the youngster from Charlotte. Jumped all over that fastball, crushed it down the line, and just kept it fair.
They've been battling all night from down 7-1. They tie it at 11. We said a walk here, a single there. The big hit's gonna come. Logan Ponnet. His stamp is on this game now, Jackson. Wow.
Yeah, first game with the big train, first game in collegiate action, and produces one of the biggest swings of his life.
(11-11), only 6 hits for the big train. Most of those hits have been extra baggers. 3 doubles and a home run. Fouled away by Wright. And the few fans who have stuck around for this one, most people headed to their cars around the 5th or 6th inning, but the fans who have stuck around, what a treat for them. 0-2 to Brennan Wright. Popped up foul, out of play.
There's some magic in Shirley Povich Field, especially on opening night. Still some ball game left to go, but we've made it back.
5 runs, home in the 8th. After the Grays pushed across 2 in the 8th, in the top half of the 8th, to what we thought maybe sealed the game after the big train. It was 9-3. They made it 9-6. Thought they were getting back in this one. The Grays get 2 of those back. 5 runs with only 6 outs, but a monsoon has come here in the 8th. 0-2 to Wright, popped up in the air, deep center. Edenizio trying to settle under it, now going way back to get. And that ball landed between 4 different fielders. It landed.
I thought that should have been Adenizio's ball all the way. Rivera traveled all the way from short to try and make that play.
I want to know what the shortstop's doing in shallow right center field.
I mean, it's a great effort from Rivera, but he shouldn't have to try and make that play.
Yeah, I thought Edenizio had that one pretty easily. But just too many bodies and maybe multiple people calling for it, and that ball fell. So now the go-ahead run is in scoring position with 2 out and Parker Corbin at the plate. From down 5 runs to potentially taking the lead. This ball popped up in the air. Once again, there's multiple people calling for it. Rivera this time will take it himself. And he'll double off right at second. There was only 1 out.
I don't know if that's on right. The scoreboard said 2 outs. I think he checked the scoreboard, said, all right, how many outs are there? There's 2. And maybe you could say
I thought there were 2 outs as well.
You should keep track of it, but I think they put the 2 outs. I think they thought the same as we, that they had that ball covered in center field, but one way or the other, we're tied after 8.
Nonetheless, we head to the 9th, all knotted up at 11. 11 runs apiece in the top of the ninth here from Shirley Povich Field. The new pitcher on the mound for the Big Train will be Michael Cass, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, at 6'1", 155 pounds, currently playing his college ball at UCF. He delivers the first pitch to Andy Rivera, and he swings and misses for a strike. This is the third straight Michael to take the mound. Michael Devaney, Michael Madigan, and now Michael Cass. This game has been flipped upside down in multiple ways. This game hasn't been tied since the first inning when it was 0-0.
Yeah, it took all of 4 batters to give DC the lead, and about 90 batters later, it's finally tied up again.
Yeah, this game was quickly 5-0 and then 7-1 in the fourth, but the Big Train just chipping away, and then Logan Ponnet with the grand slam has tied it up at 11, 2-1 on Rivera.
How about the swing? 9-hole hitter. He's been up and down in his at-bats today and just puts a charge into a pitch when it matters most.
2-1. Taken high. Yeah, he was 0 for 4 before that hit with 2 strikeouts.
And as a DH in a long game, he stepped up to that plate 3.5 hours after the game started. He's been sitting on the bench all day and comes up huge.
3-1 upstairs, and Andy Rivera with a leadoff walk. And if you're the DC Grays, it feels like disaster has struck, but the game's still tied. I mean, they have a job to do here in the top half of the ninth. That might get lost in things, but Rivera with a disappointing at bat and a leadoff walk. Ethan Nagy now steps in, has 4 flyouts today and a strikeout.
Yeah, I mean, DC, they put up 2 runs just last inning. They've been adding on throughout this ball game. It's not like they've been sitting idle. The Big Train have just really roared back in the last 2.
1-0 taken upstairs at 88.
And you really need a 0 out of Cass here. Set yourself up for the bottom of the ninth. Don't want to have to come back again.
Definitely not. 2, 3, and 4 are due up in the Big Train order. Corbin, Martinez, Skaronski. 2-0 from Cass upstairs. Cass making his collegiate debut with the Big Train. He did not play in his freshman year at Central Florida. So gotta be a tough situation for him. I mean, hey, go protect a tie game in the ninth. Here's your first appearance this year. 3-0 is on the outer half for a strike.
I mean, he did win a state championship in high school. I mean, he's probably used to pressure situations, but maybe none like this. It is a tough spot to find yourself in.
3-1. Taken upstairs. 2 walks so far for the Grays.
But it's also a place to prove yourself. You get yourself out of this jam, and you're feeling fantastic.
And now we're going to see a visit from the Big Train coaching staff, and they might be making a move. I did see a point down to the bullpen. I don't know if there's a 3-batter minimum rule in the Cal Ripken Collegiate League. I'd imagine there is if there's a pitch clock.
Well, got a pitcher jogging out from the pen, so it looks like we will see a quick hook.
No innings, no outs recorded from Cass. His night is done, and we will have a new pitcher next on the Big Train Baseball Network. New pitcher to take the mound for the Big Train will be Owen Stewart, a junior right-hander out of George Mason University. He is the 7th pitcher to take the mound for the Big Train in this game. And he has to protect a tie game with 2 runners on and nobody out. Ryan Soong will step up to the plate. We're approaching 4 hours of game time so far in a game that has had 22 runs through 8 innings.
I mean, maybe it hasn't always been the best baseball, but it's been certainly interesting baseball.
Entertaining, at least.
Yeah, 22 runs in a game. Incredible comeback. One of the biggest swings you'll ever see on an opening night.
Ryan Soong steps in. Has made some silky smooth plays at second base today for the Grays, and he pops one in the air deep right center. Ott and Skoronsky giving chase, but it's Skoronsky who makes the catch. The throw will come into second as Rivera tags up and gets to third.
Yeah, no chance to get that runner heading towards third, Rivera. But 1 pitch, 1 out. He needs to just keep pumping the zone.
Ed Inizio now steps in for his 6th plate appearance. Single, walk, double play, strikeout, and flyout. He's had every bit of the baseball outcome rainbow today. First pitch from Stewart misses high and outside at 90 miles an hour. Titus, the starter for the Big Train, was throwing in the 90s. The last couple of pitchers have been high to mid-80s. Now Stewart back into the 90s. Probably a good change of pace. Chop to first, thrown to second for 1 out. Relay to first, not in time. Ed Inizio beats out the throw, and the Grays have taken the lead back. It's 12-11.
But, man, I love that play from Gonzalez. I thought the play might be go home, but I don't think he had him. Goes towards second, nearly gets the double play. Charging all the way, Gonzalez. Nearly a huge defensive play.
So the hustle from Ed Inizio to beat out that throw, the center fielder, he's got a lot of speed. But the Grays, they stay composed after the disaster 8th inning, and they have the lead back 12-11.
Need 1 more here from Stewart.
0-1. Down and away. And they did get one of the lead runners, too. So only a runner on first now with 2 outs. Pick off to first. Ed Inizio leaning a little bit, but he's able to dive back.
It's a good move out of Stewart, who has come and gotten 2 huge outs. Yes, the runner scored, but runners at first and second, no outs is a tall order.
1-1. Misses high. 2-1 now on Aha Covey. He takes a strike at the knees. 2-2.
The way the Big Train have been swinging it, going into the 9th down 1 is still a great opportunity.
But the way that they have 8 runs in the last 2 innings, so 1 run. Not that big of a mountain to climb. Caught looking. Aha Covey down on strikes. The Grays get the lead back. The Big Train need 1 more run to push it to extras or potentially win it. Next on the Big Train Baseball Network. The Grays pushed across a run in the top half of the ninth. They lead it 12-11, and they're 1 out away from spoiling opening night for the Bethesda Big Train in a game that has had almost everything. Quincy Bell alongside Jackson Corcoran. This has just been a treat of a game. First pitch from Zaflarski to Parker Corbin is called a strike.
I mean, if you're going to sit here and watch baseball for 4 hours, this is the type of game you want to be watching. 12-11 in the ninth.
The Big Train chasing 1 run. And Corbin swings and misses for strike 2. Zaflarski, after giving up the grand slam to Logan Ponnet, the Grays elect to keep him out there. He's working quickly 0-2. Just misses high and away.
That is a great take by Martinez. I mean, just right off the edge there and doesn't offer.
1-2. Kick and the delivery from Zaflarski popped up, foul out of play. The leadoff man for the Big Train has reached base in every single inning other than the first inning. Corbett, I'm sure, would love to keep that trend alive when 1 run is needed to extend this game. 1-2. Driven deep in the air to center, ranging back to make the catch is Rivera for the first out. That ball looked like it was going to be a lot deeper than it was, but just kind of died there in the night sky.
Yeah, I think he got it closer to the end of the bat than I thought as well. I thought that was at least carrying out to the center fielder and really just a dying quail a bit, and Rivera able to chase it down.
So 7 straight innings of the leadoff man reaching comes to a halt in the 9th. And now Skoronski steps in. "13 home runs this past year for Winthrop. So if there's anyone to tie the game with 1 swing, it's him. And he took a big cut there, but now he's down 0-2. And it looks like they're getting a little aggressive here. Only chasing 1 run. It was taking walks and waiting for pitchers to come to you, which got them back in this game. All of a sudden, maybe switching the approach a little, now only chasing 1 run. 0-2. Skoronski takes high and away.
Well, the old saying goes, you dance with the girl that brought you, and what brought you back is that patient approach. I wouldn't like to see them keep going away from that.
1-2 on Skoronski. Zaflarski into the windup. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And the Big Train down to their final out. And Zaflarski, after giving up a game-tying grand slam, now 1 out away from a win.
And what a deflating loss this would be for Bethesda. I mean, an unbelievable fight back to get to this point. And if you come up just short, it makes the ensuing road trip that much harder.
It'll be up to Emilio Gonzalez to extend this one. Chops one foul. We'll see what the FAU product has. He has a double and a walk in his last 2 at-bats. Takes high and away. One on Gonzalez. Zaflarski is set. Into the windup for the 1-1. Gonzalez high in the air. Deep right center. Adenizio giving chase at the warning track. He makes the catch up against the wall. And the DC Grays have come into Bethesda, and they have spoiled opening night. They win it 12-11.
And literally and figuratively, about a foot short from an incredible win on opening night. Bethesda back from a 7-1 deficit, then an 11-6 deficit. They make it a game, but Gonzalez fly out dies at the track.
Just feet away from a tie game, but the Grays give them credit. Stood tall in the 9th and able to get the go-ahead run. And for the first time since 2013, the Bethesda Big Train have lost on opening night.
I mean, you see, not the day the pitching staff wanted to have on opening night, but the bats, after struggling a bit in the early going, found their groove in the 7th and 8th, and I think that bodes really well for the rest of the season. And, I mean, you saw the talent in the arms of these pitchers. This team isn't going to give up 12 runs a game.
Yeah, and also 14 runners left on base. I know they scored 11 runs, but they had a lot of chances in the earlier innings. Just weren't able to come through. Ultimately, though, a game like this, win or lose, a 23-run game, you're getting your feet wet, and I think you're ready for the season to come after a game like this.
Yeah, this is a game that tosses you right in the deep end. So it were. I mean, you had to play some tough baseball. You had to get some guys some high leverage at bats, high leverage pitches thrown, and I agree with you. You're dumped in right like that, and you're ready to play some ball.
Jay Saflarski, after giving up the game-tying grand slam, will leave with the win. Michael Cass failed to record an out. He'll be saddled with the loss. Actually, that's going to be all for us here on the Big Train Baseball Network. For myself, Quincy Bell, Jackson Corcoran, what a game. We'll be back tomorrow from Olney, Maryland for Game 2 against the Crop Dusters. Have a good night, everybody.